Morning Roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky.
Take it out!
Well, good morning, everybody. Willard and Dibbs as the jacked up week. Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Thank you very much. We're having a blast with it all week, and we're halfway home. I guess not till maybe 8 o'clock this morning.
Yep.
But we're halfway home and absolutely having a blast. And so we welcome you in. I realize maybe some of you aren't everyday listeners, which is a you problem, by the way, but I put that aside. Maybe you're hearing this for the first time. Good morning. It's Willard and Dibbs. Glad you are with us on this Wednesday. And look, there is a lot to get into right away.
Man.
I'm sorry for this because maybe this is the afternoon drive in me that's about to come out. I'm a little knocked off kilter right here. This all happened with Brandt and Aiyuk. For those of you who might have been in a fog on this, he officially requested a trade yesterday, and this broke about 20 minutes after you and I left the air.
Terrible timing.
So, yeah, which, first of all, Brandon, come on, dog. Let's go. Let's think about these things.
How about 8:45?
Would have been better. Would have been better.
Yeah.
What are you, sleeping in?
Exactly.
Anyway, but that means that we have not had a chance to kind of react to this. We're champing at the bit. We want to open it up to you. 888-957-9570. That's both to call in. That's our Xfinity mobile text line as well. I have a lot to say about this. I'm bothered. I'm bothered by all of this, and that's not normal. Normally, okay, y'all in an argument here. I get it. Brandon, you've got your position. Niners, you've got your position. And, hunky-dory, this will work out. And I largely still feel that in terms of the contract. But I now also feel damage has been done. More is going to be done. This is a problem for the 49ers season, and it is largely Brandon Aiyuk's fault and his agent, who is giving him absolutely some of the worst advice that I have ever seen an agent, not named Scott Boras, give to a player in 2024.
Shout out Blake Snell and his contract,
and Cody Bellinger.
Exactly, the fact that
What's your reaction to this?
My reaction is kind of between you and Grandy, and I listened to most of Grandy on the way in as I was making my way in here to San Francisco in the morning, and he's not really that worried. And you seem to, I don't know if you're worried, but you're definitely angry. I'm angry, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's not awesome.
It's not awesome, as it turns out. I was laughing every time he played that. No, I'm not angry.
I'm not angry either.
I'm annoyed and confused, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not really confused because this feels to me like the order of operations. And, you go through the sequence of, I'd like a contract, we want the player, I'd like to stay here, they make an offer, we have our offer, the wide receiver market gets reset, and we go through all these steps, and when you get to July, and you figure that at this point, all right, now we're going to start to either get the deal done, or we get to this point where the player has requested, not demanded, but requested a trade. For me, this feels like kind of the normal state of business, so I'm not that worried. Now, was it a good move by Aiyuk, and do I like all the things he's done with his TikTok and all the rest of the passive-aggressive maneuvers? Probably not good, but I'm not that worried, and I don't think that there's real permanent damage being done by the fact that he's doing this because, most of the players actually do this as a part of the process.
Well, I understand all that, but there are a few things where I'm going to get my cues, and one of them is the actual people who are in the building. I am very, very moved by the fact that another wide receiver on the 49ers, who none of us even realized talked, Juwan Jennings has not said a word in his entire 49ers career. He couldn't get to Instagram fast enough yesterday to make a comment that is very, very anti-Aiyuk. It is very anti-Aiyuk. For those of you not aware of the comment, let me make sure where I got to pull it up here. Here it is. He wrote on an IG story, "You got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not.
Yeah.
Now that hits. That's a teammate. That's someone who shares your room.
Totally.
Okay, I'm going to take my cues there because normally, what do we see when it's money? Players don't get into other people's money. That is taboo. You don't talk about that.
Especially in the same room.
Thank you. And if you do talk about it or even think about it, what do? You're like, well, we got your back, man. Go get yours. Go get yours.
Get that bag. Yeah.
Jawan Jennings went to Instagram to rip Brandon Aiyuk in the middle of this?
Feels like he's ripping Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know what else he'd be talking about. And it's the sequence of event was bam, bam.
If he's upset at his wife or something like that, that'd be wild.
That would be.
Really bad timing. I think it's Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah. And that part of it is maybe the most troubling because, it is the wide receiver room, and Jawan Jennings took a qualified offer for about 5 and change, and so he kind of had to take what he could get, and so now he's back in the building, and Debo's already paid, and now it's all about Brandon Aiyuk, and if you're in that room or you're in that locker room, you know that this dude is one of the more important parts of your offense because he's the route runner, he's the deep threat, he's the guy who makes a lot of things happen in the past game, and yet we're now 6 days away from reporting, and it doesn't seem like there's any chance he's going to show up.
Well, and I'm seeing this on the Xfinity mobile text line twice from 2 of you, and so let's address it right now. Hey, guys, didn't Debo do the same thing? Everything's going to be fine. No, Debo did not do the same thing. Yes, Debo had his agent request a trade. Here are 2 major differences. Debo did not go on TikTok and everybody's podcast who would welcome him with another quarterback hand in hand, frolicking through the meadow, torching his team along the way, and Debo did this in April.
Yeah.
He did it in April.
In April, yeah.
And then as soon as he did it, he shut up and they went to work. And they got their deal done. But he gave the 49ers an opportunity. You want to trade me rather than keep me? Let's talk about this in April. The draft is coming up. You can trade me right now to the New York Jets if you want. And the Niners said, no, we don't want, we want you. And everything's fine. Brandon does this now.
Yep.
You do this on the day that rookies report. You're going to do this now after TikTok. TikTok. By the way,
it's a big deal.
I don't even have this in front of me. Who is Brandon's agent? Who is it? Do you know, Grandy? Guys, look that up for me. Who's Brandon's agent? I'd like to use the man's name. He's doing a horrible job.
Ryan Williams.
Ryan, you're doing an awful job. An awful job. This entire summer, you've misplayed this at every single opportunity. You sent your player to TikTok. You sent him to get linked up with a quarterback who's never played a down in the NFL. Do you know how many minutes you and I were off the air yesterday before I was live on the Odyssey, Washington, D.C. sports station? It was not 10:30 yet.
Oh, they called you.
Oh, God.
Oh, I bumped into you on the street at about 10:15.
It was about 7 minutes later.
Okay.
7 minits later, here we go. And we're live because they're all gassed up. And I'm like, you guys, I love you. You're adorable as all hell. You've got a quarterback who's never played a down in the NFL.
I like the player.
You haven't played good offense in that city in I don't know how many years. And may I remind you, Brandon Aiyuk is under team control for 3 more years.
Yeah, sorry about that, Grandy. I almost called in.
3 more years if the Niners want to play hardball.
They can tag him twice, Grandy. You were close.
I don't know what do you think's gonna? That's my question for Ryan and Brandon. What do you think's gonna happen?
Oh, they're gonna trade the player.
They're not trading him.
Aiyuk on the move. Before the end of the show, he's getting dealt. He wants out.
If they trade him, it is because they actually don't think that highly of him, number one. And number two, here's the other question I'd ask Brandon. Brandon, you think you deserve market value, right? Okay, so do we. You want to trade? Great. And I bet Brandon and his agent are all empowered because they've called, we've got 3 other teams who will give us 28.5 per year. Great. Will those teams also give the 49ers a first and a second? No, not a first. A first and a second. Brandon, you're the 26th pick in the draft. So if you would like to leave, we would like the 26th pick in the draft back. But we'd also like something for our time because we're giving up on a player who we have under team control. And oh, by the way, we'd like to win a Super Bowl this year, and this is making it harder. So we'd like something for our efforts. How about a 2? You're going to give a 1 and a 2 and $28.5 million? Washington? Pittsburgh? Because if I'm the Niners, that's what I'm saying. And I would call Brandon and Ryan a hypocrite if they thought that that was unfair. You want every dollar? Then so do we.
Yeah.
So go find it. We're right here.
Well, if you're the Niners, you're not just going to take picks. Even if we want to play that part of it out, you would want a player. And so I think you would want a player right now because Ricky Pearsall is a rookie, and right now he's on the not fit to play list early in camp. I know he'll probably be ready by August. I'm not worried about it, but you as a Niner team don't want to go into the year with Jawan, Debo, and Ricky Pearsall. You want Brandon Aiyuk or a receiver or somebody who's at least in the ballpark. So Terry McLaurin and a second-round pick?
I hear that, but that complicates things financially. Keep in mind, if you acquire Terry McLaurin, you're right back in the situation of cutting Debo at the end of the year. I would argue...
Perhaps. You can get out of Terry McLaurin earlier. So.
Maybe. I don't know his contract that well. But my point, right? Don't you want to walk out of this season at least with Brandon or Debo? I don't want to walk out with neither of them.
Well, you want to walk out of this year with a Lombardi. And that first and foremost. And then... Lombardi or no Lombardi, it is Super Bowl or bust this year. And as you and I have discussed in the afternoon.
Again.
Yeah, sure. Although you probably won't try again with Debo and Brandon.
Oh, you're always going to try again. But yes, you're right.
You know what I mean? As far as what you would do in the wide receiver room. So no matter what this year, you're worried about this year. Even if you wanted to trade him and you got a first and a second back, that doesn't help you with what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to win right now. You're one of the few teams that is really poised to win the whole damn thing. And that means you have 2 good receivers in a team that has a lot of 2 receiver sets, not a lot of 3 receiver sets. And if you do, you got Jawan Jennings and a little bit of Ricky Pearsall, however that looks. You want Debo and Brandon. You want Brandon and Debo. And so job 1 is to get this thing done.
Absolutely.
You're not trading Brandon Aiyuk.
And that doesn't change. I still would argue Brandon will play for the 49ers this year. But it's fascinating to me that they've decided to, and this is what, I'm not bothered by the fact that Brandon wants his money. I get that. Who doesn't? But I'm bothered by the way that Brandon has played this. I'm bothered by the fact that he's now seemingly upset his own teammates at the same position. I'm bothered by the fact that Brandon has now, because of the way he's played this, not because of his desires. I get the desires. But because of the way you've played this, you have now lessened the 49ers' chances of winning a Super Bowl. You have disrupted the goal, the common goal that you all have, what football players all talk about. Group of people coming together for a common goal. Well, not today. Not Brandon. No, you've now made it public. You've made it messy. You've made it too late. You have dragged this thing now, the start of training camp, which is supposed to be all about a Super Bowl, and you've dragged the conversation here. And that is a net negative for the 49ers. I'd love to do a mock meeting with Brandon Aiyuk. I'll play the role of the Niners.
Okay, I'll play Brandon Aiyuk.
All right, go ahead. Let's do the meeting. Brandon, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I want to talk about my bag, and the bag that you're offering me is not, quite big enough. And so, you look around the league, and Amon-Ra got 30, and, I think I'm every bit the player of Amon-Ra. So how about you, break me off 30 per, and then I'll show up next week to camp. Is that so hard? John, Kyle, Parag, Jed, Denise, if you happen to be here?
No. What else you got?
How about you give me 29.99? How about that? Or you know what? How about this? Why don't you just trade me then? You don't value me. You don't value me like I need to be valued. You don't love me like I need to be loved. You know what my love language is? Money. And you're not giving me the money that I deserve. Did you see my numbers last year? Did you see my yak? Did you see my yards per catch? And I know I don't get a lot of targets. And you know what? I just want to be here and win. I want to be a Niners for my whole career. And y'all don't seem like you care about me like that. So just send me to Washington. I'll go play with my buddy. And I'll go 6-11. They're going to pay me.
You want to trade?
You know what? I'd like to request a trade.
All right.
I'd like to request that you trade me. And let's make it snappy. Deal me, fellas.
No. But thank you for coming in today.
That's enough for me, Doug.
Man, Jose's in the meeting.
There's your meeting. I hope that went well.
Back to you.
No.
End of meeting.
No. You want 29? You want a trade? No.
I came down from 30 to 29.99. I feel like that was a move. Well, y'all can't expect to see me next Tuesday when camp opens. I'm going to be busy.
Bye. Because here's the other thing. Here's the other thing for the 49ers. The way this works, Brandt and Aiyuk, that fifth-year option that houses $14.1 million is literally more than half of what Brandon has made in his entire career. So that's a big chunk of change for Brandon coming up this year, $14.1 million. In order to even accrue a year of service, for this to be a contractual year, if he never shows up, guess what? The Niners control him for 3 more years after this one. So if you never show up, not only do you don't get a year's service, and you don't get $14.1 million. Got to show up by week 9. Niners look at Brandon and be like, you know what we're very confident in by week 9? Whether you're here or not, we'll be at least 5-3. And that's what we were after 8 weeks last year.
With you.
And we went to the Super Bowl. So again, my question for Brandon is not, why you mad? I get it. There is a circumstance here that really stinks for Brandon. Because you know what we've talked about to this point. I think the world of the player. I think he's fantastic. I think he deserves more than Jalen Waddle, and Jalen Waddle got 28. But I also think that there are times in life where you have to look at your company and at least try to understand where they're coming from. And the bottom line is the 49ers are about to pay Brock. That's just a thing. And it's not their fault, and it's not anyone's fault. It is the way that it is. Does that mean that Brandon might have to give up $1 million a year or whatever? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Feels like they're further apart than that.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
So
and
if they offered him 29 right now, he takes it.
Of course they would.
If they offer him 28.5, he takes it. If they offer him 28, he probably takes it.
Well, the report is that they were at 26, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously 26 is not something that he's willing to take.
Right.
Because if they offered him 26, he would have taken it if he thought 26 was good. 26 is more than 14. Checks notes, confirms, math, yes.
You know what's less than 14?
0. Thank you.
So, again, I know we say, why should Brandon take $1 million less a year? Because Brandon has tens, if not hundreds, of millions of dollars literally on the line.
Yeah.
And he potentially is putting that at risk for $2 million a year over the next 5. If somebody, this is sort of what it feels like to me. Someone's like, hey, dude, do you want to make $105 million? You're like, I'm not showing up for less than 110. All right, then you get none.
Well,
what would you do?
The other piece of it is, dude, I mean, you're going to make less than Jalen Waddle. You're going to make less than fill-in-the-blank receiver. You're better than all these guys, my guy. You're better than all of them. And you're going to settle for less than that? You're going to be the 9th highest paid receiver? Dude, you need to be top 5. You know that, and I know that. We all know that.
Those voices in your ear do nothing for you in life, in my opinion. They do not. I've watched that at every level in every industry.
It's a question of maturity.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're a younger person, it's hard to get beyond the ego part of all that.
We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game during our Jacked Up Week, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, having fun with you here in the morning. What do you think of this trade request? If you're the 49ers, what would you do? We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. Good morning, Willard and Dibbs.
Owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families.
Aiyuk going for Brandt. Aiyuk is... Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Aiyuk. We'll see if it stands.
There is no foul in the play. The catch is made, and the runner is down with the contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
Here's Purdy. Looking, firing end zone. Caught! Aiyuk! Touchdown!
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
I should have said this earlier so that everybody knows the rules. During the morning hours on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. We'd love, and we know we're going to get a lot of your reaction today. Brandon Aiyuk and Joe Lacob had a lot of stuff to say that we've got to go through, and we will. And both David Lombardi and Anthony Slater, The Athletic and The Athletic, are going to join us later on in the show with perspective on both of these situations. When you call in, we give a shout out to our friends at Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain. If you are going to call in, you have to have something to say and your phone has to work. Those are our only two rules. And then if you do have something to say that's just completely out of pocket, maybe that falls off the edge of the cliff as well. It is possible that you could get flushed. There it is. It's possible. We don't want that, but it's possible.
Yeah.
And
I kind of secretly want that.
You do.
Oh, yeah. We haven't flushed anyone yet. I mean, what are we doing?
We didn't flush someone yesterday?
No.
Okay.
Nah. And you're in a little bit of an edgy mood, so you might actually flush somebody. Yeah.
Flowing. Anyway, it's brought to you by Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain. Also, another reminder that we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey and some Klay bobbleheads. All of that on Friday. Your chances to win will be at 8:11, 1:11, and 5:11, once in each show, and obviously 11 minutes after the hour to pay homage to the great Klay Thompson.
Yeah. Now wearing number 31. So the 11s are there because he rocked 11 with the Warriors, but now he's number 31.
Yeah, but we ain't giving away a Mavs jersey.
No.
Giving away a Warriors jersey.
Yeah. And Joe Lacob yesterday talking about, he's going to get a statue. That caught me off guard.
Did it really?
Statues for everyone? I mean, I get it.
Statues for everyone. It's Klay Thompson.
I get that. And we can get into this tomorrow or Friday.
Was there any question in your mind?
To me, there are different levels. There's levels to everything, and not everyone gets a statue. For me, there's like the top level is you get actual real estate. You get a part of the earth. You get McCovey Cove. You get Willie Mays Plaza. Steph is at that level. And then the next level down is the statue level. And then the next level down from that is the jersey retirement and the rest of it. So for me, I didn't know that, so you're going to give Klay one, Draymond gets a statue, Steph gets one, Mo Spates, JaVale McGee, Sean
It'd be
Livingston.
amazing if every time somebody just had a good year.
Dude, Quinn Cook.
Yeah, like just statue. Like
Give
they
him a
should just
statue.
have a big yard. Like they could turn half a Thrive City into just nothing but statues.
Anyway.
Come on, Klay deserves it. We know that. Anyway, also, you can watch the show. That's pretty crazy, right? Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. And I'll let you know, stuff happens over there now, okay? There's things happening over there. There's people chatting. There's people looking at Dibs. Sometimes somebody cusses. Right, this week I apparently did that, even though I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and
straight out of the box.
Again, I'll still maintain a cuss is about intent. It's not about the letters of the language.
Oh no, it's about the word.
No, I disagree. Anyway, so you go over there, and if that were to happen again, you get to hear it and see it. But the radio people, they don't get it.
No,
they don't get it.
Grady doesn't miss a one.
No,
he's on it.
Anyway, that's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and thank you for being here. I'd like to read a tweet from our friend Andrew Brandt. If you don't know who Andrew Brandt is, Andrew used to run the front office, essentially the player personnel for the Green Bay Packers years ago, and then he became kind of involved in media, and now basically runs the entire media department at Villanova. and he does all kinds of business of sports content, podcast, and all of these things. Used to work for ESPN. So here's his tweet. Brandon Aiyuk, quote, I want to be traded. 49ers, quote, that's cute. See you at camp.
Wow.
Yeah. End of tweet. And I'm sorry. Like, this is kind of where I stand on this. And I know for today it's going to sound anti-player and it's going to sound anti-Brandon. It's not meant to be any of those things. I'm annoyed with the way he's playing this, and I'm especially bothered that his agent is giving him this advice because he has no juice here. None. All he can do is make it messy. You're always allowed to make it messy. Do you have to eat your vegetables? Yeah, you got to eat your vegetables. Can you throw them on the ground first? Yeah, you're allowed to, but you still got to eat your vegetables. So you can make this messy, but you're not going to get what you want. And I'd argue you're going to get a bunch of stuff that you don't want if you make it messy. I don't think the Niners wanted to play it this way. They don't want to make him feel like a member of the Sacramento Kings. They could trade him there. It's so adorable that you think that TikTok and Jaden Daniels are going to scare Parag Marathe. But unfortunately, you're just not in that position. And you are now forcing, in my opinion, the 49ers to play this as if they are the parent and you are the toddler. You're forcing them. Because this is loud and it's social media and it's late.
It's late is the thing, yeah.
All of those things. But the bottom line is there's no way for the 49ers to make this right for them. And that's their job. They're a football organization that's trying to win a Super Bowl and sustain. And there's no way for them to get their value and do this right if they just give in and do what you want because you feel like your extension came up at a time when wide receiver money is popping.
It is popping.
Yeah.
And, they've made him an offer that would make him a very, very rich man. And it's not as rich as other wide receivers have gotten. Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I'm watching the receiver doc on Netflix right now. And, he got $30 million a year, average annual, not as much guaranteed as other players, but you look at that and you look at yourself as a player and you realize you're probably as good or close to Amon-Ra St. Brown and you deserve that same kind of money, and yet the team offers you 26 and you feel disrespected by that. And so you want what you want, but ultimately it is a little bit like the parent-child relationship. And if the Niners were to give in and give him 28.5 or 29 or whatever that number is, he'd be happy. But you set a precedent now for future deals, and there are many of those deals that are coming up next year and the year after that, and Brock Purdy and all the rest of it. And so as you start to, as a parent, you know this with 3 kids, when you give in once, then you're going to give in again, and next thing you know, you got the kids who are running the show.
Well, and there's collateral damage. Brandon may go, oh, hey, look, it's just $3 million. Well, the Niners are like, that's a player. Might be 2.
2 players, yeah.
That's 2 players that you're asking us to cut next year. No. And this is what I just feel has not been accurately thought out by Brandon's camp. What's your end game? Truly.
Well, the end game is you crawl back in and you take the offer that they gave you and then you play unhappy. That's the worst case scenario. Or the worst case scenario is you just don't show up.
Well, right. Well,
until week 9.
And that is an idea that could cost you.
It would cost you about $6 million plus fines. If you showed up week 9, you'd still get your year of service. You'd get paid whatever, $8 million for a little bit more than half a year.
Right, but Tibbs, you're risking the entire contract.
Of course.
You could show up late and break your leg in the very next play. Or, by the way, Ricky Pearsall could look awesome.
It's risky.
You want to go into this season and leverage all of those things over $3 million a year?
It's a lot of money, Mark.
I just don't get it.
It's not the $3 million. It's about the respect. It's about the Quan. It's about that Quan. It's about that respect.
That's the kind of stuff that people end up in their 60s talking about on the corner or in the last seat at the bar.
Regrettably, yeah. Yeah. No, seriously, what could have been? Maybe I should have just taken that $26 million a year offer.
I mean, look, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be taking your calls on this all day. If you were the Niners, what would you do? Maybe the answer is nothing. I think it is. What's your reaction to Brandt and Aiyuk putting the next brick on the wall and officially and publicly requesting a trade from the San Francisco 49ers, and very much seemingly Juwan Jennings reacting not in kind back at Brandon? Diamador Lenore spoke out a little bit about it. We'll let you hear that coming up next as well. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises in our Jacked Up Lineup Switch Week, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And I have an idea for Brandon Aiyuk, Mark. Take that $26 million a year and take it to the bank, to Fremont Bank. Just so you know that. I hate
Congrats
you.
on your money.
No, it's Fade the Diver, and it's not fun. It's not funny.
By the way,
no
fun
more
for
picks
us.
for you. No more picks.
No, and as a penalty, you know what you should have to do?
Tell me.
You should have to go to the clubhouse at Oracle Park and publicly get mad at Logan Webb because he's the reason the overhit. The reason.
The reason. You know what I'm going to do, Mark? I'm going to go into the clubhouse and request that he be traded. How about that? In honor of Brandon Ayuk.
Adorbs.
I'm going to request a trade on his behalf.
Adorbs.
Good
All
Lord.
right. We got Fresh Jennings. We got
Okay.
We got Jawan Jennings on Instagram. And he has pulled the post that he put up yesterday, or maybe it was an IG story, so it just decided to come on down. Remember what the post said yesterday. Yesterday, and this coincided with the trade request from Brandon Aiyuk, Jawan Jennings, you got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not. That was on Jawan Jennings' Instagram story yesterday. It's not
Right
there.
after the news broke, right?
It's not there anymore, but I'll tell you what is. Never would I diss my brother, Brandon Aiyuk. Broski, a made man. Followed up, what's wrong with the internet? I promise, at, the little at symbol, would have followed after my statement if I was talking about a specific person. In other words, I'd have tagged him. I'd have just tagged him. No, you wouldn't.
Well,
No, you wouldn't.
no.
No, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do it because that actually, if you had done that, that would have been an even bigger story than Brandon requesting a trade itself. Like, that would have been mano a mano between two 49er wide receivers.
Does he go on to elaborate as to what he was talking about with his vague tweet?
He does not.
Okay. There you go. So when you, and I used to get accused of vague booking on Facebook back when Facebook was new and fresh, and you put something on Facebook on your status that is really equally vague as that, clearly pointed at someone, but defined by nothing. And so when you do that, it's open to interpretation. And you know what that makes this? It makes it an interpretation sensation.
Sensation, it does.
And so I get to interpret. I'm struggling. I'm all fueled up on chocolate
You
donuts.
got to interpretate. That's what you got to do.
You got to do
You
that.
got to do that.
So I get to do that, and so I get to look at his social media and interpret it the way I want.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there you go.
And so, you know, we all get to move on in life, whether you believe Jawan yesterday, believe Jawan today, neither, both, whatever. You're all allowed to do that. We're all allowed to do that. And it doesn't really change. Like that hit me yesterday for sure. If teammates are upset, this certainly brings into question, was Jawan upset? Is he trying to walk it back? Are there other teammates who are upset? Remember, now I've said this already, a major concern for me, for the 49ers. It's two things, but they're linked. So maybe it's just one thing. But the first word I'd use is money. Just flat out money. Think of how often this has been a subject for the 49ers this offseason, all flanked by the idea that Brock Purdy is going to need to get paid. You had Christian McCaffrey on the down low, needing a reworked contract. You had Kyle Juszczyk rework his contract without anyone knowing and then come out later and be like, it really upset me. But I love it here, so we did it. And then you've got the Brandon situation. He's not the only one. Charvarius Ward, publicly, got to play well this year. Got to go get another bag. Already got one bag, need another bag. And what happens is the 49ers are so good, and they've got so many good players at every position, and I blame none of them for wanting to get paid. But I also understand corporate politics, timing, and in certain ways, you get to make a choice as an employee if you're truly free, which Brandon is not. Charvarius Ward will be after this year. If you're truly free, you are free to make that choice. And when a company comes to you and says, look, we think the world of you, but at the same time, here's our current situation. And so we're going to need to work together to both see you, but you need to see us. And if we can't work together on that, then we're not going to work together anymore. And I don't think that's unfair. I get it. We want to side with the players. The contracts aren't guaranteed. Normally, I would go on that side as well. This isn't siding with ownership. It's simply understanding that the 49ers are in a spot, and if you want to still be a part of it, you can, and if you don't, you won't.
It's a situation.
Yeah, Kyle Juszczyk chose to stay.
Right.
For less money.
And he didn't really have much of a choice because there aren't a lot of teams that use a fullback. And so when you're at that point in your career and he's into his 30s and he knows that winning is more important than an extra $500,000 or whatever, and you're a fullback, and so you don't have the same amount of flexibility. You're Brandon Aiyuk, and this is your first real swing at the big bag, and you look around the league and you see what everyone else is getting, and you think, all right, I want to get what they have. I want what all these other players are getting. Jalen Waddle, I want more. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I want to live in that neighborhood. And the Niners come to you with an offer that, I don't know if disrespectful is the way I describe it. $26 million a year doesn't feel like a diss, but if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you look at the year you had, and we had TJ Hushmanzada on the show, somebody who works very closely with Brandon Aiyuk, and he talked about how Brandon wants to get paid, and he wants to get paid what he deserves to be paid, and that's just the way that's going to go. And if you are Brandon Aiyuk, you're not willing to, at this point, yield and give in to a contract that you don't think is fair. You don't think that it is befitting your skill set. Yeah, you want to be a Niner, and he's never shown anything. I know he had the doghouse stint or whatever. That's part of the evolution of a player. But beyond that, Brandon Aiyuk has been a great 49er. He goes out there and he balls out. He's one of the best receivers in the league, and he just wants to get paid.
Understood.
And it doesn't matter, and it wouldn't matter to me what Brock Purdy is going to get, or Mooney Ward, or anybody else. It's about him, the player. Everything else, that's on you guys to deal with.
I understand that, but where I think people go wrong in this one is in life. This happens all the time. Every time it's time for you to go talk to your job, I think it is incumbent on you, the employee, the person, the human being. You have got to understand your leverage. You have to understand it. You can want the respect. We all do. We all do. We all want our company to come to us at that moment and go, oh my God, we're bleeped without you. I don't know what we would do. We all want our general manager to say about us what Mike Dunleavy said about Steph Curry 3 days ago, where he goes, whatever the hell he wants. Whatever he wants, he gets. And all we want in life is for him to never leave. We'd love that. Do you know how many people get that?
Very few.
Next to none.
Yep.
And Brandon does not, in my opinion, understand his leverage in this situation.
He probably is overplaying his leverage.
He's got none.
His leverage is he can ruin the season. And that's...
I don't even think he can do that.
See, I think he...
I know you do. I know you think the Niners are not a Super Bowl contender without him.
They're not.
I disagree with that. But
and you and I had a discussion about Ricky Pearsall, and you even said, rookies don't step on the field.
Usually not.
And produce, and you're right. And I fought back on that, thinking that, Puka Nacua did it, and they didn't go to the Super Bowl. So for me, if you go with Pearsall and Debo and Jawan, you're not a Super Bowl team. That's just my opinion.
That's fine.
That, for me, would be Brandon Aiyuk's only leverage, and it's negative leverage. So the only piece of leverage you have is I can ruin your year. It's kind of like what you talked about, and I live with a toddler, and she's 2, and she can single-handedly ruin a day. And I don't think she thinks about it like that.
I would think not.
I mean,
but I bet she has.
Sometimes
I bet she's ruined a day.
But there are days that can be ruined based on her tantrums, her petulance, and the rest of it. So if you're Brandon Aiyuk, your only leverage is, I can make things miserable for you.
To what end?
To the end where, what
do you get out of that?
Well, it's not what he gets, but it makes it so that the team would be motivated to make this work because they don't want to ruin this year. and he could make his holdout. Like going into camp right now, what are the big camp stories? Well, Pearsall's on the injured, I can't play list, whatever. He'll be fine.
I think he's going to be fine.
Other than that, what are the stories? How's Dre Greenlaw's recovery? Brandon Ayuk's contract.
Yeah,
that's the story.
Of course.
And the team doesn't want that. They don't want this to be the story into August, into September.
Yeah, but sometimes you deal with small things that you don't want to win the larger prize.
Yep.
Listen, we've all watched the 49ers operate for the last few years. You could actually call this a fault of theirs if you want, and I get it, but the bottom line is they ain't caving. They don't.
Well, they caved to Bosa.
Well, but you could argue that. Yeah, you could argue that, but even with him, they waited until there was a game in 72 hours. You're not going to win this fight. Like, they drafted a receiver in the first round. They did it again in the fourth round. The 49ers, the Nick Bosa thing, the only thing that changed there, because they said all offseason, we've set aside money for Nick. There's no option 2. We're keeping Nick. Did it get a little more expensive than they wanted? Sure. They'll survive. But what's the planning that you're watching the 49ers do for this? I would argue all year long, the 49ers have had one leg on both sides of the fence. We want to pay Brandon, but if he doesn't want to take what we're offering, we got another option.
We did a whole week of shows about will they trade him on draft night.
Right.
And I thought that they were going to, and they didn't. And so he's still here, but he's still unsigned. So you're right. They have kind of played both sides of this, and when you have Nick Bosa, you're not going to be a top 3 drafting team to get a replacement for Nick Bosa anytime soon. So that gives Bosa the leverage because you can't find a Nick Bosa as easily as you can find a Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, and Nick Bosa didn't say a damn word. And so more on that in a second because I think it's important. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We're going to go to the phones in just a second, but I want to make this comparison. Okay, let's say that on your way home today, maybe you and the wife have had a little bit of an argument, or maybe it's just been a rough month for a bunch of reasons, who knows, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go stop and get some flowers.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I'm gonna request a trade.
I think we've done that enough. Anyway, you're on your way home, you get some flowers. Okay? 15 minutes before you arrive at home, you get a phone call, and it's your wife. She's upset. Who knows why? Whatever. Kid's having a hard day. She's tired. She's got a headache. Who knows? And she, while those flowers are sitting next to you in the passenger seat, she goes, you know what? You never bring me flowers.
Ain't it the truth?
You never bring me flowers, and it makes me mad. How come you never do something for me out of the goodness of your heart? Now, how you feeling about giving her those flowers that are sitting right next to you?
The window gets rolled down, and those flowers get thrown onto the street.
And that's what Brandon just did.
Threw the flowers in the street?
So Nick Bosa didn't do that, and I'd argue Debo did it in a much different way that allowed the flowers to still be given. So did George Kittle. Christian McCaffrey. We're sitting here. Is this a holdout? I don't even know if it's a holdout. It might be a holdout. And then when do we find out that it's a holdout? When it's already done.
Yeah.
But Brandon just made it impossible for the 49ers, who also have an ego and books to match. He made it impossible for them to just be like, okay, here's your $28 million because you got mad on the internet. It doesn't work that way. And you make it harder for the people around you to do what they may want to do for you when you go, you know what? I'm going to TikTok. Hey, Jaden, get on Zoom. We're going to make a TikTok. Oh, for crying out loud.
Also, Mark, he's made it harder on himself now to accept anything short of what he reportedly is asking for. So now, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you can't take $26 million, in my opinion, if that's already been offered.
Good point.
So now you're going to have to at least get 26.5 or whatever the incremental step up is, because You've folded your arms and you've thrown your tantrum and you've stamped and that's it. I need more. Trade me. And the team laughs. And the Andrew Brandt tweet is hilarious about, oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
See you in camp. And if he doesn't go to camp, then the team's going to have a chance to fine him. Or maybe they won't fine him and they didn't find Bosa, but they can't find me if they didn't find Nick. And so now it becomes even more of a line in the sand to where if Brandon Aiyuk is going to go through all these measures, TikTok and Jaden Daniels, and now I want to be traded, and maybe he won't go to camp, and then it gets into August and all the rest of it, it makes it harder for him to then take what they've already offered.
One thing I've noticed in the NFL, and this doesn't work, like we've spent so much time in this town talking about what are the Warriors, Steph, and Steph's in control, and LeBron's in control in LA, and he tells you who to draft and who to sign, and this happens in the NBA. That don't happen in the NFL. And if it does, we're talking about 1, 2, maybe 3 quarterbacks, period. Nobody else. NFL teams are like, I'm sorry, what? Do you think you're in control here? Like, it just doesn't operate that way. It's not part of the culture. It's part of the fact that there's like 60 players on a team. And it's
non-guaranteed deals.
Non-guaranteed deals and the physicality. Again, this is too risky. This is too risky, Ryan Williams, Brandon's agent. You are playing a game that is too risky. Your risk reward right now is all off. It's all off. You're playing with $100 million of Brandon's future money, and there's a scenario right here where he makes almost none of it, and you're playing it. That's exactly how you're playing it. So this isn't me being anti-player. I'm not telling Brandon he's supposed to take less. He's allowed to do this however he wants to do it, but I'm going to be the parent in the room and let him know that if he asked my opinion, dude, you're playing a risk-reward game that's not in your benefit. It does not benefit your life, your career, your health. As a fourth-year player or 4 years in the books, how much has he made in his career? $12 million?
About that, I'm sure.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll look it up. Like, you've got somebody sitting there with an offer that's going to go north of $100 million for the next... Like, your life is made. They want to make your life. And you want to risk that for respect. Boy, I know a lot of people who make that decision, and it don't work. It does not work. TJ in the city, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, TJ, thank you for calling. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just want to say nice show. Appreciate the show. I listen every morning. Validating everything you guys are saying, man. It's pretty much spot on. I love Brandon Aiyuk first and foremost. He's a dog. He wouldn't have got where he got last year without him. But at the same time, it's a team sport. And I also stand with Juwan Jennings. I feel like everybody was able to take a little bit of a pay cut if necessary just to chase that end goal, that Super Bowl. So I hope he's able to, work everything out. We able to sign him, get him back on the roster and stuff. But I just really not so much about the money situation. I think it's just the way he's going about it. Like you say, Nick Bosa didn't say too much. He kept quiet, signed on. We had Duke, got to work. So I'm hoping, Brandon stops all of these crazy antics. He can get back to work in the kitchen. We can get back to cooking. But if not, man, we need Juwan. Might have to put him in the headlock, get him to sign this deal or come to a sentence or something, man. We need to get back cooking in the kitchen, though. But that's all I want to say. I appreciate the show, guys.
TJ, thank you, man.
Thank you, TJ.
Yeah,
Catch us 2 to 6. I appreciate you listening every morning.
Yeah. Well,
no, it's great. I think it's awesome that he listens.
we're here to say hi to some new people.
That's the whole thing.
And then
we're here to make them join us in the afternoon.
And make them change their entire work schedule and commute so that they will listen to us from 2 to 6.
Just keep listening in the morning, but add us to your afternoon flow.
Absolutely.
And I love that. And thank you, TJ.
I'm always interested when people are like, I only listen in the afternoon or I only listen in the morning. I'm like, if you go to work, don't you go home?
Exactly.
Or if you go home, don't you go to work again the next day? What's the matter with you? Anyway.
It's a little bit odd. Anyway, I do like what he was saying, though, about just, Ayuk's a dog, and I think he speaks to a lot of Niner fans like, let's just get this done. And that's why I think that maybe it's not leverage, but the power in what Brandon's trying to do is to make Niner fans nervous and to make the Niners themselves nervous. But as you mentioned, Parag Marathe, the finance guy with the Niners, he doesn't usually do nervous. It's kind of not his thing.
They are not nervous. They are not nervous.
Fans are nervous.
Of course.
Fans want him in, and like TJ just said, just get in here and let's just start cooking.
But do you understand, and I know you do, like we're the pawns here. Ryan Williams and Brandon Aiyuk are using us to try to get to the 49ers because it's their only play, and it's not a good one. It's not a leverage play. But like TikTok and Instagram and Mike Garafolo, those things aren't pointed at the 49ers. They're pointed at us. What Brandon and Ryan Williams are hoping is that we freak out. Oh, my God. Come on, like, 49ers, you got to do something. There's a Super Bowl to win. You can't play with this.
He wants to be traded, Mark. He's requested to be traded. What does it mean? What can they get back? Aiyuk on the move.
That's a really good question, Mark.
You need to bury that.
Thank you very much.
Roxy
I'm
Bernstein.
so glad that he used my name. That's so great. It's so great. That couldn't have gone better.
Just 10 seconds on Roxy, and I love him, and I go back almost as far as you do, maybe a little too polished. And that's why I love doing radio with him.
Please explain.
That's why he didn't love doing radio with me.
That's why he does play-by-play.
I would make him uncomfortable.
Play-by-play is very polished.
That's a good point, Mark.
Yeah. Thank you, Roxy.
Drop the Mark.
That's
Allen.
why I made it.
It's Allen. Roxy.
That's a really good question, Mark.
He called me Dan, too. How dare you? How dare you, Allen?
He almost said
Anyway, that was more than 10
he
seconds.
almost said it a little bit too fast together where it makes it sound like he's saying that's a really good question mark. Like the little...
maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, like it's a really good exclamation.
That's a really good question, Mark.
Yeah, like it's a little
That's
exclamation.
a really good punctuation.
That's a really good exclamation point.
Totally.
Yeah, that's a really good question mark. All right, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey plus some Klay bobblehead packs coming up on Friday. You got 3 chances, 1 in each show. Listen at 8:11, 1:11, and 5:11 with me and Dibbs in the morning. Bonte and Shasky at 1:11. Steiny and Goo at 5:11 for your chance to win. Hey, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll keep talking this out. The Joe Lacob stuff's around the corner. David Lombardi and Anthony Slater both joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. And coming up next, this is fun and stupid. It'll only take 1 minute, but I got to throw it out to you all and get some advice because this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation is sort of affecting a decision that needs to be made in the world of fantasy football. I need your help.
Okay.
I'll ask you the question next here on Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
All right, it is the jacked up week here at 95.7 The Game, and it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We thank you for being with us. We hope maybe you found something fun this week. If your day, your travels don't bring you to the afternoon or the midday or the morning or what have you, we're bouncing around a little bit. Willard and Dibbs in the morning, Bonte and Shasky in the midday, and Steiny and Goo in the afternoon. I saw that social media post that the station put out yesterday. Yeah. Am I correct that we're like sort of, I don't know if happy is the right word. I love whatever we're doing, but it's fun to do something different.
Right.
To check out, I guess it's supposed to be really warm tomorrow and Friday. And I do, here's one thing I will say. When it's warm, this time slot allows you to enjoy the hell out of the day a lot more.
Absolutely.
Right? I do feel on work days when it's 80 degrees out, I'm like, it's kind of a bummer that I need to be inside from 1 to 6.
Yep.
That's not the best. So little things like that. But, I'll be in here chatting whenever the hell you ask us to. Bonte and Shasky are all excited.
They're overjoyed. We were portrayed as liking it. They were portrayed as loving it.
And then Steiny and Goo.
Mixed emotions.
Not so much.
Mixed emotions. And,
Well, I was triggered by the fact that I'm like, wait a minute. The people who got our slot are mad about it?
This guy is such a D.
Yeah, I took it personally.
Mixed emotions.
I'm like Brandt Aiyuk. I took it personally.
It was wrong.
I kind of did too, but at the same time, to bring it back to Brandon Aiyuk, I personally may request a trade to this time slot.
You might.
But I'm going to need you to come with me.
Well,
because I am loving this time slot.
Okay.
And I put that out over the top of the social media. It works for me. I'm up anyway. And like you said, you got the day. I've had dinner with my wife and baby, and that whole thing has been great. It's been nice to be a part of the family.
I would be willing to go with you as long as we don't do it during the school year.
Okay. It's a 10-week switch.
So we can do it in July and for portions of August.
Little man can pour himself some cereal and toddle off to school.
Yeah, no. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Okay. All right.
Is number one. And number two, I think that Matt Nahigian would say the same thing to you that the Niners are going to say to Brandon Aiyuk. Thank you so much for sharing your opinion with me. There's a suggestion box right over there in the corner. If you'll stuff a piece of paper in there and let them know what you think we should do, here's the company. Really appreciate it. We're going to get back to you.
Yeah. I've put some stuff in that suggestion box.
Doors over there.
Sure. Traded.
Stupid fantasy question. So I'm in a league where every year you get one keeper, and it has to be a pick that you had in the 6th round or later. That's it. That's the rule. And I got Brandon Aiyuk last year in the 6th round, and that was probably going to be my keeper. What do you do?
I wouldn't keep him.
I mean, I have a month to think about this, and maybe it's all figured out by then. Certainly doesn't feel like it today. It doesn't feel like it's going to be figured. Where would you put the over-under right now to when we get some sort of clarity on Brandon Aiyuk's situation? Give me a date.
My birthday.
Which is?
August 15th.
Okay.
I think by August 15th, we'll have clarity.
And you would bet the under on that?
I would bet, I would probably bet the under, but not by a lot. Not by a lot. And I was looking at this earlier. The Niners' schedule, you've got August 18th against New Orleans, preseason opener.
Okay.
And then you've got at Vegas the 23rd. Actually, I'm sorry, August 10th against the Titans is the opener.
Okay.
So if he's not signed by then, that would be surprising to me.
You think so?
The first preseason game, because you want him to at least get ready for one preseason game, I think, ideally.
Yeah, but this isn't an ideal situation. I think ideal left town already, didn't it?
Yeah, so best case, this gets done before next Tuesday. and he's able to come into camp.
Well, that's not happening.
Best case. We're talking about best case.
Okay.
Best case, it gets done by next Tuesday. He reports. He takes 3 or 4 days of getting loose and getting checked out, and then he hits the field by the end of July, and he's ready to go into August. Realistic case, I think, is about August 15th, which would be 1 preseason game down, 2 to go. He gets signed. He doesn't play against New Orleans. Maybe he does a little bit of the joint practices with Vegas. He doesn't play that game, and then he's ready September 9th.
Yeah, and you may well be right. Like, I'll remind everybody that today, both Brandon, the 49ers, and all of us fans and media, we sit in what is largely the most emotional moment of this process. I would argue. It's today, yesterday and today. This is the most emotional moment of the process. That does not make it rational. In fact, it pretty much defines it as the opposite. So our opinion today is the most activated, emotional, and irrational that it will probably ever be. So just because Brandon put this on Twitter yesterday does not mean that it's the first time that it's been said to the 49ers. It probably means that this was said to the 49ers multiple times throughout the last few months. It probably means that this was officially said to the Niners weeks ago. Like, at minimum, when was it that Brandon did the podcast and the social media thing where he pulled up on Levi's Stadium and went, "Open the damn gate"? And I don't know how many of you follow his social media, but that was on there. He drove up to Levi's Stadium, opened the bleeping gates, and he was excited or anxious or whatever, and he'd gone on Ryan Clark's podcast, and he called the meeting, and the Niners are taking the meeting, and we're having a meeting. All right, when was that?
That was about, and Grandy had it this morning, I think 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
What he was saying.
When was that?
Yeah, I think it was late June.
Late June.
Yeah,
3
Grandy
weeks.
first said a month, and then he said might have been 3 weeks, and I think that's about right.
I would bet that, assuming those meetings, it sounds like, didn't go so well, I would bet that the 49ers were told the next day, we would like a trade. And the Niners probably went, oh, okay.
Okay. You know what we'd like?
Yeah.
A 6 Lombardi.
Right.
So,
you know what?
There you have it.
Yeah. I'd like a box of donuts. Doesn't mean it's showing up.
It did.
It did. It took a few months.
Don't pretend like you don't know you're part of bets.
It's fine. It's fine.
Now you're the one who is Owen.
You're damn right. Mine's a little bit harder to pay off. But anyway.
I'll call you Mr. Nolan because you're Owen. It's a hockey joke. It's a 4. Grandy, you don't even know what that is.
Anyway.
I'll take it 2.
Anyway. They were probably told that day, and they laughed it off then, because why would it go to social? Why would it go to social? It would go to social because you're not doing what we already asked you to do.
Which is trade me.
The 49ers did not get a trade request yesterday, I'd argue. The 49ers got a trade request 3 weeks ago.
Probably.
And they were like, no. And Ryan Williams, in all of his brilliance as an agent, you know what we're going to do next? We're going to call Mike Garafolo.
But we're going to wait until rookies report.
Yeah.
When people are talking football again, you know what, Brandon? I have an idea. Let's wait until the MLB All-Star Week, and there's nothing going on. NBA Summer League, Bronny still hasn't hit a 3.
Great point.
That's quieting down. There's no baseball. There's nothing going on. Let's go then.
Yeah.
July 16th.
That's like the strategic.
Perfect.
They did it on the All-Star game. You're right. They knew that they could capture media. Maybe they waited until they knew that the other tweet of Ricky Pearsall's on the non-football injury. Bum, bum, bum. Brandt Aiyuk's replacement might have accidentally gotten into a motorcycle accident that we don't know about. No. This is all a show, because a show is all Brandon and his agent have right now. You know, listen, it's not that I don't have some I don't know if sympathy or compassion are the right words, right? Like, the guy, he makes a ton of money, he's going to make a ton more money. Like, he's fine. Sure. In a perfect world, every good employee shows up and goes, I'd like this, and a company goes, done. We're glad that we had this meeting. Here's your new contract. But there are circumstances here. And Brock Purdy is a part of this, whether we like it or not. And that's not prioritizing Brock over Brandon, although you would do that. I know people want to get activated about that. We already had an Xfinity Mobile text line, but hey, why is it okay for Purdy to ask for an extension a year early and not Brandon? Neither of them are doing anything different.
Well, it's okay that Brandon asks.
Yeah, it's not a year early. It's exactly the right time to ask, and the 49ers are offering him one.
Exactly. So,
we're fine here.
Yes, and a quarterback is different than a receiver, and we all know that, and you can think what you want to think about Brock Purdy. They think he's pretty good.
Yeah, and he is.
By they, I mean everybody in the league.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and
Brandon is too.
And it's not the Niners' fault or Brock's fault that football works the way it does and that the quarterback is more important. He just is because he is. Right,
he's the quarterback.
Sorry. The Chiefs went, Tyreek, you want $30 million? Oh, that's cute. Would you like to be a Dolphin? We'll call you from the Super Bowl both years.
Yeah. Maybe you can sit in the box with Brittany Mahomes or Taylor Swift and watch.
We'll get you a ticket.
No
you
doubt.
are in the Chiefs' Ring of Honor. And Tyreek was lucky. He was lucky with the way this played out. He's not going to win any Super Bowls, but he's at a spot where he's got a quarterback who can throw him the ball. Brandon, you could end up on the Panthers.
Or the Commanders. And we don't know how good their quarterback's going to be.
Right.
We think he's going to be good.
Well, he thinks he knows.
And Brandon thinks he knows.
Yeah.
The thing about this that is most troubling is when you look at all of the things that have gone on already. And Brandon Aiyuk said right after the Super Bowl, they talked extension. And that was in February. And here we are in July. And I would imagine there have been talks, there have been offers, there have been counteroffers. There's been a lot of stuff that's gone on. And yet here we are July 17th. And we are at a stalemate to the point where he's requesting a trade. So not only are they still significantly far apart, it feels to me like both sides are dug in. And the Niners are reportedly at $26 million thinking this is our number. And Brandon, if you're far apart, is probably closer to 30. And now he's so dug in that he's requesting a trade. So for me, the idea of finding that middle ground, with every passing day, it becomes more difficult as each side is more entrenched.
Totally agree. And by the way, I got a question for you here. Let's go to the phones. But
Let's
afterwards,
go to the phones.
I want to ask you a question about the idea, because I firmly believe Brandon admitted this, that he asked for one number, and then when he saw the other receivers get big numbers, he changed his number. And I there's conflict there for me. I want to ask you about that, but let's go to Travis and Vallejo first. Hi, Travis. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Good morning, bud. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? To me, I believe Aiyuk is like a mid-tier 2 wide receiver. I think he's really solid. I think he's really good. I think 26 is a good number. There's levels to this, and my confidence in Shanahan to turn Pearsall into a top 25 receiver, I have more confidence in that than finding a defensive player that Shanahan can develop. I'd rather him use money on those type of positions rather than a wide receiver. That's just my opinion. Instead of going all into another wide receiver, I'd rather him allocate that money to other positions that he's not quite strong in.
Travis, I think the 49ers largely agree with you. I mean, look.
How soon can Ricky Pearsall be an Aiyuk replacement, because you're in a Super Bowl window?
No clue. No clue if he ever can be. Right. I don't even know if he's any good at all. Or I don't know if he's better than Brandon Aiyuk.
Interesting that he said a tier 2 receiver, because the Niners are offering him tier 1 money. Well, I'm looking at the ones that have been signed.
What's tier 1 money? What's the number there?
Oh, Justin Jefferson. $35 million.
Okay,
that's tier 1.
Put him over there, though.
A.J. Brown's making $32 a year.
That's tier 1.
Average annual.
Yeah, Amon-Ra, tier 1.
30 and change. Tyreek Hill's making 30. Jalen Waddle's making 28.2.
Now, is he tier, I know that this is different than tiers.
This is kind of my point, though.
He's the second wide receiver on his team.
Devonte Adams is making 28.
Okay.
He's tier 1.
That's tier 1.
Cooper Kupp, however you prefer it, he's making 26.7, but that was signed 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. So if he signed now, he would be...
He'd get more. Yeah. Well, or he'd get less.
Depending on
due to the fact that he gets hurt a lot, and the Rams found someone else.
I'm looking at the guys who signed this year: Michael Pittman Jr. and Calvin Ridley. I think it's fair to say that those are tier 2 guys.
Those feel like lesser than Brandon Aiyuk players, but go ahead.
But tier 2,
yeah.
And Pittman Jr. is making 23.3, and Calvin's making 23 average annual value.
But Devonte Smith.
I
think he's a very relevant figure in this conversation, and I'll tell you why.
He's making 25.
Okay.
He got 3 years. He's 25 years old, 3 and 75, and he got $34 million guaranteed.
There you go. Now, here's why Devonte is relevant on a couple of fronts. First of all, I understand that he's his team's second best receiver, but by the same token, he's the younger of 2 high-profile receivers, same as the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk, and similar age to Brandon Aiyuk. And I would argue that if you take their career as a whole, somewhat similar production and projection. And Devonte, he signed early. And he was asked after he signed, hey, Devonte, you signed your deal, and then, woo, Justin Jefferson got 35. You signed for 25. And Jalen Waddle got 28, and it was almost like the media went to him, especially in Philly. Boy, you really messed up, didn't you? You signed too early. Are you okay? Poke, 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 poke. Are you mad? Poke, 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 poke. You know what Devonte did? He looked at everybody, and I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, yo, I am good. I am making a ridiculous amount of money, and I want to be here, and I am very happy. Thank you for your microphone. We're done here. Now, does that mean Brandon has to act that way? No, he does not. But I find that to be a very, very relevant situation and reaction with regard to the Aiyuk situation. Because the bottom line is, it's up to you to find your own happiness. And if you like, okay, does 26.5 as a Niner versus 28.5 as a Commander, play that out. And you tell me which one makes you happy. And if the answer's Commanders, great. Still doesn't mean you can get there or make it happen. But, yeah, that's what you have to figure out.
Yeah, you got to figure out how you can get from where you are to where you want to be. And, if you don't sign any extension and you show up next Tuesday and you decide, I'm just going to play my 5th-year option, and you make $14 million and you make it through the year healthy, then next year, if you have a good year this year and you make it through healthy, you can go out and get that bag. But you mentioned it before, it's risky, especially in football, where if the Niners are offering you a 4-year deal, and I don't know that they are, but if it's 4 and 104, which would be 26 a year, and you can get $40 million of that guaranteed, which is about the percentage of money that normally is guaranteed. About 40 to 50% of the deals are guaranteed. For me, it would be hard to look at that. Even though I think I deserve more and I want more, at the end of it, you're going to give me $40 million no matter what, and I have the chance to make $104 million doing what I love, I'm going to take that deal.
Well,
but everybody has to decide on their own, you're right, what makes you happy.
Well, and I'd also say, look, let's think about money. If that's what you're thinking about, let's think about money. Brandon Aiyuk, how about your profile? How about your marketability? How about your name value? How's that being on the 49ers, playing into January, potentially February, versus being with your buddy, Jaden, and the Washington Commanders, and a 100% certainty that when New Year's Day hits, your season's over. Isn't that worth something financially? I'd argue that is potentially worth $2 or $3 million a year.
Probably. I mean, playoff checks alone, and let alone, like you say, the endorsements. And if you happen to win a Super Bowl, you have a big game in the Super Bowl. Maybe you're the Super Bowl MVP.
Come on.
For crying out loud. That's worth a lot.
Okay, here's my question for you. I want to dive into this. And this is something that y'all can weigh in on here. 888-957-9570. David Lombardi in 22 minutes. The Athletic covers the 49ers as well as anyone. Perspective on this, on the Ricky Pearsall situation, all of that. David Lombardi in 22 minutes. All right. You're in a negotiation. I always feel like in a negotiation, it's really important to walk into the start of it with a number in your head that you're like, that would make me happy. Because what happens, and I know people hate this. This goes two ways sometimes. If you go into a negotiation, let's say somebody called you to MC an event, right? And I know that this has happened before.
Yeah, coming up in November, the Marin Athletic Foundation banquet.
Dan Dibley, we would love for you to MC the event. What would it take for you to What do you need that night?
Yeah.
And I know when I get those situations, I'm always like, you tell me, what do you got? What are you offering? Because I hate this scenario. Oh, I'm going to need like, I don't know, how about $2,000? And they're like, oh, no problem. Oh, crap. I hate, right? Yep. Don't you hate that? And then you're like, holy crap, I probably could have doubled it. The thought I go to is, well, wait a minute, you were going to be happy with 2. That's what you decided made you happy. So if you get it, you've got to be happy, right? You decided you were going to be happy. Okay.
Happy-ish.
I get it annoys you, but you decided the $2,000 was going to make you happy, and you got it. So, ice cream for everybody. Now, you're Brandon, and I'm going to make up numbers here that I don't know the numbers that are being thrown around. But here, you're Brandon, and it is, you've gone to the Super Bowl, and we're immediately jumping into negotiations. Brandon, hi, it's Parag. What do you want? Parag, I'm gonna need 27 and 3/4. I'm gonna need 26.75. Niners are like, all right, we were thinking about 25. That's what Devonte Smith got. Thinking about 25. But yeah, give me your agent's number. We'll let's see if we can start working on this. All right, that sounds good. 26.75. All right. Okay, was you able to connect with the agent a couple of weeks? I tell you what, Ryan Williams, I know he wants 26.7. So we got the Brock thing. You don't know this yet, but Christian McCaffrey wants more money. Whatever. We're going to work on this. But how about like 26.25? How about 26.25? Boy, that sounds really good. That's pretty fair. You want to meet in the middle. All right, let me talk to Brandon. In the meantime, Amon-Ra.
Bam!
Jalen Waddle.
Kapow!
Spada bang. Justin Jefferson.
Kablooey.
Wapow! Prague calls. Hey,
hey, Ryan.
Wanted to check back on in the 26.25. Sounded like we were about to get that thing done. Are we good? Oh.
Prague, I don't know if you have a newspaper.
Hold on, brother. No. We need 29.5. All right. Is that fair or not from Brandon's perspective?
Interesting way you laid that out, and I'm going to answer this 2 ways because the way you laid it out about the banquet is true in our world, but they don't live in our world. They live in a world.
In a world.
Thank you. They live in a world where all this stuff is public. So when that happens and the market gets reset, when you and I are doing banquets, there is no resetting of the market. You get what you get. I get what I get. I don't know what you get. You don't know what I get. And whatever happens, happens. And it all happens in a vacuum. In this world, it happens publicly. So is it fair? In our world, no. But in their world, it's absolutely fair. And if you're Brandon Aiyuk and the market gets reset, forget Justin Jefferson. Although I'm watching receiver right now and I can't get Jets out of my mind.
I know, right?
With the necklaces and the teeth and the whole thing. He's incredible.
It's awesome.
Get to your local Netflix and watch receiver. It's incredible.
I mean.
But for this conversation, we'll take Jets out of it.
Okay.
Because he reset the market like Deshaun Watson did in a stupid fashion.
Well,
although this guy's worth it. Deshaun's not.
It in the end, it becomes irrelevant.
Right.
Like Justin Jefferson's deal, I don't even think is relevant to any other receiver in the game.
But I do think that Amon-Ra St. Brown's is at $30 million and $2,500 a year. So Maybe. If I'm Brandon and if I'm 93% the player that Amon-Ra is, I think that I'm every bit the player that he is. Whatever you think, the market got reset in a dramatic way. So is it fair? It's absolutely fair in this sphere for him to go back and now say, hey, where we were is not where the market is. So my numbers, it's changed. I changed my number. It's call forwarding. You better call us.
Yeah. Okay. Now, let me add to that. I get where you're coming from. I get where Brandon's coming from.
Right.
Here's the problem. If I'm the Niners, you're saying, hey, the Niners, the situation has changed. The Niners are like, ours hasn't. Ours hasn't. Our cap is
Your
the same.
Your situation, yeah.
Brock Purdy's needs are the same. Christian McCaffrey's needs are the same. We are already paying Debo. We are already paying George. We are already paying Fred. We are already paying Trent. We are already paying Nick. Our situation did not change. And you're under contract.
I get that. But that's a you problem. Like,
no,
I mean, I like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a nice quarterback, and man, I love it when he throws me the ball. But that's a you problem. The market got changed.
It's really not it's really not an us problem. It's a you problem. It's a you problem, because
and that's where I think
you're not a free agent,
right.
And on some level, whether, and I know people, this is big business. This is the way it goes. Well, here's the deal. At a certain point, Brandon wanted, hey, Niners, can we just get in a room and talk to each other like people? He asked for that 3 weeks ago. Can we just get in a room? Can you look me in my eye? Can we be, adult to adult, man to man? There's probably more than 1-2 people in there, men to men, whatever. Can we just, on a human level, can we connect on this? Well, the Niners are like, we already did, dude. You told us something, and then you changed it. You pull the rug out from underneath our feet, and you can hide behind everything that happened in other companies, in other situations where quarterbacks are already getting paid. And by the way, Amon-Ra St. Brown has been way more consistent than you for a longer time and is asked to do way more and has more numbers than you. You can argue that you're a better player than him. The numbers will argue otherwise. There are differences in every situation. But if you want to go man to man, you sat in this room and you told us this number gets it done.
Well, that's changed. And times change, and the economy changes, and the market changes, and so here we are.
Well,
and
great. Then we'd like to change our situation, too. We're pulling our offer. We'll see you in August.
Well, I'd like to change my situation, too. And by situation, I mean zip code. Trade me.
No.
I said trade me.
No.
I've requested a trade.
No.
Get me Garofalo, or Garofalo, or however you say, Garoppolo. Give me Mike.
No.
I want out.
See ya.
Get me out of here. Well, he does have some leverage, and I don't think that he's going to go to DEFCON 5.
Explain what his leverage might be.
Show up and just tank it. Show up and get hurt. Maybe he gets hurt.
Then you sit on the sideline.
Maybe gets paid.
Maybe he gets hurt. My God, that'd be the worst thing in the world for him.
Well,
he would be a free agent at the end of the year and would have tanked his value.
You could be hurt. You could play some. You could do things to make life miserable.
I think Kyle Shanahan has already shown that he is very willing to bench the hell out of Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, and go with the rookie. All right. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck, Shanahan.
Good luck, Brandon.
Good luck, Kyle.
Good luck, Brandon.
No, I can see it totally. I can see it get.
Like if
I hope it doesn't get contentious, but it's starting to go down that road.
If you want to get that way, again, like that's what I would argue. If you want to do that, hey, sorry, market's changed. Hey, sorry, you're not on the market, dude. Sorry, like you, I see no leverage for Brandon. None. Market's changed. You're not on the market.
Well, then why are you trying to give me an extension?
Because we like you, but not right now. Not the way you're acting.
Doesn't feel like you like me.
No, doesn't feel like you like us either.
They say they don't want me. They say they don't want me.
We didn't say that. We do want you.
Well, I mean, that's what he said.
Yeah.
They say they don't want me.
I mean,
and he said that so forlornly and so sad.
Well, and we're probably like...
They say they don't want me.
I'll admit this on TikTok. Yeah, so sad. Yeah. Boy, it just turned out there was a camera there. Anyway, I get that we're doing this the same way Law and Order is not what courtrooms actually look like in America. It's not that dramatic. And these are people who do want to work together and have worked together at a very, very high level. And I believe love each other and really, really it's a family fight. So I don't think they're doing that with each other. But again, If it goes there, it goes there. And Brandon,
and it's gone there before in other situations.
Right,
yeah.
and Brandon's the one who's taken it there, and his agent. I'm not saying the Niners have no culpability here. They're all kinds of choices to make, but the bottom line is Brandon's the one who's gone to social media. He's the one who's made it public. He's the one who's called it personal.
Well, that's the only way that he can use his leverage. Whatever little leverage he has, that's all he has. The only leverage he has is the fans. And I'm looking at our YouTube feed, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, and some fans are talking about Aiyuk is super replaceable, and he's, it's tier 3 and all the rest of it. And other fans are like, you got to get this done. We need you, BA. We're in a Super Bowl window. So if you are Brandon Aiyuk, the only thing that you can do is go to social media and try to get the fans riled up so that people like us, you will use our microphones to try to encourage the Niners to get this done.
You know what's funny? The way you said that is, I'd argue everybody is potentially right. All of you are right. Great job, texters, tweeters, YouTubers. You're all correct. Brandon he's a dog, man. We need him. Brandon's replaceable. Both of you are right. Brandon's a fantastic player. 49ers are in a Super Bowl window. 49ers are absolutely a better team without him. But go also look at the history of the league and tell me if teams in the Super Bowl window find wide receivers to be replaceable. I mean, my God, the last 20 years in the league, it's kind of interesting that receivers is on Netflix and the market is booming because the history, the near-term history of this league would suggest that wide receivers don't amount to a hill of crap. Nothing. What are they worth? Tom Brady's best receiver in a Super Bowl year was who?
That one little guy.
Who?
Julian
Edelman.
Shout out Redwood City.
He could be in here. He would fit in this room. He's just a little 5'11" guy running around. Looks like, hey, you work out. Or do you play sports? Like, that's the best wide receiver in the last 20 years of the Super Bowl window. Mahomes looks at Tyreek Hill. Good knowing you, dude. We got a rookie named Rashee Rice. He might pop by week 10. Whatever.
It was earlier, but
those teams also have like the 2 best receiving tight ends of all time.
Okay, fair.
And
the Niners have a pretty good one too.
Well, they both also have maybe something more important, which is somebody holding that beloved laminated play sheet.
Great coach
that can scheme lesser players into greater roles.
And I think the Niners have that too.
Absolutely, they do, and that's what you've got Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan, 2 of the great offensive minds in the game. So maybe that's part of the Niners digging their feet in because you feel like Kyle Shanahan can coach up anybody else to be at least a facsimile of Brandon Aiyuk.
Brandon Aiyuk, this is a fact. He is replaceable. I just don't know who that person is that can replace him. I don't know if it's Ricky Pearsall. I don't know if the Niners are able to replace him today. But he is, I hate to tell that he is replaceable.
Everybody's replaceable.
Well, I don't know if Patrick Mahomes not replaceable. Well, you know what I mean?
Be tougher.
Yeah.
But everybody's replaceable.
Like wide receivers you can find another guy run a route and catch a ball.
But can he block? Is he a willing blocker like Brandon Aiyuk? And that's where you talk about the numbers. You were using the Amon-Ra numbers versus the Aiyuk numbers, and this is something that you and I talked about months ago. And if I was in their shoes or your shoes for the sake of this conversation, I would definitely be using his numbers against him, but poor guy doesn't get the targets. He doesn't get the chances.
Well,
his team doesn't throw the ball.
This is how we do it here. And you have benefited from that, Brandon. You have benefited from that.
And you have benefited from my willingness to go out there and do all the dirty work.
Absolutely.
And block for you.
That's right, which is why we're offering you this massive contract.
It's less massive than it was 4 months ago because the market done changed. And when the market moves, you move
the market
just like that.
Done changed. Let's go to Papa Nacho in San Rafael. What up, Papa? What you doing?
Oh, driving home.
Driving home? What kind of job you work,
nice,
man?
Nacho.
You're like us.
I'm a firefighter.
Oh, man, thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Oh, no problem, guys. No problem. It's a lot of fun. Hey, so I was just thinking, BA was in the doghouse for a long time with Shanahan, and this is the first time he's ever had any kind of leverage at all. And I know you're talking about how he really doesn't have much leverage, but the truth is, this is his only opportunity to grab what he can and also kind of use that, because he was one catch away from winning the Super Bowl. If Purdy wasn't disrupted on that last play, we're talking about championships here. So, I mean, he needs to make his money, but and I'd be sad to see him go. I think that the sum of the parts of the team would be greater with him on it, because he has all of that rapport with everyone on there. But that's why they brought Ricky Pearsall in. So I just think that him being in the doghouse in the past, this is kind of like him sticking it to Shanahan a little bit, making him sweat a little bit.
Hey, Papa Nacho, thank you, and appreciate you calling in. I know that we as fans are going to make this about Shanahan and Aiyuk, and Shanahan is obviously anything, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Huge voice in the room. He's the boss. But he is not the capologist.
Right.
Like, I know Kyle Shanahan wants Brandon Aiyuk on the field here in a few weeks. That I know. There's no question about that. Quite frankly, we all do.
They all do. They all do, for sure.
So sticking it to Shanahan, this is not as simple as Brandon and Kyle. I don't think.
No, it's Brandon, his agent, and John Lynch and Parag Marathe, and the numbers. It's not about the want, it's about how much, the amount, not the want.
All right, let's do the injury report, and then David Lombardi's going to join us.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Director of Sports Lucas Alexander did a pun. He did a little play on words. Do you want to hear it?
I would love to, and I will give him between 0 and 5 crides accordingly.
You wrote this, right, Lucas? Did you write this? All right.
With some help from Grandy, yeah.
Okay. All right, Grandy, you were supporting actor? Okay, here we go. Despite actively trying to hurt, it's the injury report, hurt the National League's chances of winning last night's All-Star game, both Giants left the game healthy. Logan Webb gave up 3 runs in 1 inning, and Elliot Ramos struck out in his only at-bat.
Yeah, it's a 1 out of 5 because he could have gone further, and he could have played up the injury part of it by saying Logan Webb got knocked around and Ramos was punched out. That would have played a little bit more into the injury part of it, which would have brought the whole pun together.
I think they'd like to hire you as a consultant for tomorrow's show.
Yep.
You're in.
Give yourselves a donut, though, for the effort.
You've been hired. We'll negotiate a price later. All right, the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Our lineup's all jacked up this week only, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. It is Willard and Dibbs in the morning, and David Lombardi of The Athletic. Perspective on Brandon Aiyuk. Is the Ricky Pearsall injury a problem? All of that next on 95.7 The Game.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems impossible to lose belly fat? If you're looking for a solution, then listen to Mark.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And
nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Brandt Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky.
I've never felt more conflicted in my entire life.
About what?
And I will explain.
Okay.
Because David Lombardi of The Athletic, covering the 49ers like none other, is on the line. But we just got this text on the Xfinity mobile text line, and somebody really knows the way to my heart. If there are young ones out there who want to connect to sports media, like, oh my God, that I'll do anything. I mean, not anything, but right? Like, yeah. Come on, for the kids. I also, boy, I would never want to steal anyone else's bit.
No.
Hard no. So we get this text, 925. I see you. Good morning. Thank you for listening to us. Willard, can you do the oh baby like Bonte does? My 3-year-old is waiting for it on the drive to preschool.
Wow.
Ah, boy. So we think we've come up with a middle ground.
I like it.
Are you ready?
I am.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Lombardi! Hi, David. Good morning. How are you?
That's awesome. It's the best intro ever. How you doing?
Well,
nice,
David. Yeah. There it is. And
thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. And hey, 3-year-old, thank you for listening. And we hope that did it for you. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And that's where David Lombardi of The Athletic joins us. All right, David, what is your initial reaction to the Brandon Aiyuk trade request?
Well, I just look at the timing, and the 49ers veterans report now in less than a week, but yesterday was the week out mark, and I view it as a last-ditch attempt from Brandon Aiyuk and his camp to try to rock the boat because the situation just does not line up in their favor. The 49ers have him under contractual control for this 2024 season already at a really favorable rate. They hold the threat of using the franchise tag for 2025. So Brandon Aiyuk is staring at potentially 2 years of team control at a team favorable price, which that's just the way the NFL is set up. Nobody's saying it's fair for the players, but that's the way that it is. It's very team oriented. And because of that, if he wants a new deal now, if he wants more money right now, he's going to have to come closer to the 49ers terms because their top option is to just stand pat and recognize that they hold the leverage here. The subsequent report yesterday after Mike Garofalo talked about the trade request was Adam Schefter saying that the 49ers have no plans to trade Brandon Aiyuk. So we saw it with Deebo Samuel 2 seasons ago. They obviously will listen to any and all offers because that it's a certain price, he'll move anybody. But it's just very unlikely that the 49ers would, hear an offer that would be able to make their team better this season. Brandon Aiyuk is a really good player. They like him on their team, and they really like him at the cost that they have him at right now. And holding the leverage that they do, the best option for them is to just stand pat.
And the best option for him is probably to sign whatever he can to get a huge raise on what he will make. But it seems like his number's higher than it was earlier in the offseason because the market moved. How far apart do you think these two sides still are, David?
Well, he has two options. He can bet on himself and he could play on the 5th-year option. But the problem there is that there's no guarantee that he's going to hit unrestricted free agency because the 49ers hold the franchise tag. So that option, technically he has that option, but it's not as appealing just because the scepter of that franchise tag. So when we talk about how far apart they might be, I think it's significant at this point. And I think that, the word significant there, let's view it in the context of the 49ers. They have to be really, really careful. They're incentivized to be extremely judicious with how they spend. because they've paid more of these A-list guys than any other team in the NFL ever since Shanahan and Lynch showed up. That, it's a good problem to have, but every single season they've had at least one massive contract to give out. And you're looking at next off season where Brock Purdy is going to be in line for a new deal. If you want to keep this team together, keep the core together, to the greatest extent possible moving forward, you have to be very, very judicious with the financial Tetris, is what I call it, to make sure the flow control of the money works out. So they have a number in mind that they think is going to work so they can keep things together moving forward, and they don't want to go much past it. Meanwhile, Brandon Aiyuk has a number in mind, and I don't know exactly what it is, but I can infer based on where the receiver market has gone, based on the fact that Justin Jefferson absolutely obliterated the previous high water mark. I'm sure that Brandon Aiyuk wants something that, is not Justin Jefferson money, but it's something that's higher than it initially was. Just it's human nature to see your peers making that much money, and obviously you have a valuable resume to stack up with theirs. You're going to want your money to be closer to that end of the spectrum. So there's that gap right now. Nobody on the outside really is sure how big it is. But the 49ers are not really incentivized to move off their number because they're not just thinking about Brandon Aiyuk. They're thinking about an entire roster, including Brock Purdy, and keeping it together past this season.
David Lombardi, The Athletic, with us here on Willard and Tibbs, 95.7 The Game. David, is it your understanding that Brandon and his agent may have moved the goalposts at one point because of that evolving wide receiver market? In other words, asked for one thing and then it changed when these other contracts started coming in?
I'm not sure exactly what I haven't been sitting in on these negotiations, so I can't, speak with authority on that. But I think that just naturally, that's how these things work, right? You talk and you just try to sit down at the table and discuss where, the fair compensation is going to be. And then there are market forces and there are dynamics that set precedent outside of the room that can impact where that discussion goes. So I'm sure that it's evolved over time. I would, just when we talk about the details and if and when this deal does get signed, I would really urge people to look at the fully guaranteed money, because I think that's, a much bigger deal to players ultimately than just average per year. And, the only number that we have out there right now, I think Mike Silver reported it, is that the 49ers offered Brandon Aiyuk $26 million per year. But that's a really broad thing, right? We don't know if it was $26 million per year of, a lot of funny money, which means non-guaranteed money tacked on to future years that inflated that APY, or if it was a solid $26 million per year. So that when we look at contracts and when we judge contracts against other ones, it's the guaranteed money that ends up being really important and ends up being the determinant for how strong that contract is. And oftentimes in the media and on social media, we just see the APY and, people lose their minds over that kind of stuff, but it really has no bearing on the actual standing of the contract.
So what do you think, David, the timeline is as far as when he might report, or if he doesn't report by when, will they start tacking on fines? And is it an automatic that he will be fined, or do they have the ability to waive fines like they did with Nick Bosa last year?
Well, it is an automatic that he will be fined $40,000 per day, but they can retroactively waive it. Now, the only group of players that you could waive it for, according to this new CBA, are players playing on the fifth-year option. So, yes, they can waive the fines. We haven't heard from the 49ers to whether or not that they would plan to do so with the Brandon Aiyuk, but $40,000 per day is the number for missed days of training camp. And then if this extended into the regular season, you basically start forfeiting game checks. And he's set to make $14.1 million on the current deal right now. So you're paid by week in the NFL. You divide the $14.1 million by 17 games, that's $829,000 per game. A team also, according to the CBA, reserves the right to fine a player that up to that amount for a missed preseason game. So, if the 49ers really start playing hardball, they could theoretically begin fining Brandon Aiyuk up to $829,000 within the next month here if he's still not around for the preseason. I'm not saying it's going to get to that. I'm just saying that's when we talk about teams having leverage in these situations, that adds to the leverage that teams have because they have these tremendous fining capabilities and they don't have to waive those fines. They obviously have the ability to, but we'll see just exactly where the 49ers stand.
David, how do you think this all resonates with his teammates?
I think that players understand that you have the very limited opportunity to get a bite out of the apple in the NFL. I hate to use the cliche, but it's a business and it's a really, really tough business. As I've just been illustrating, the business side of things is skewed in the team's favor in the NFL. So I think that teammates, these guys are players and they understand that you have to get yours when the time comes. So you have to exhaust every single negotiating opportunity that you have, negotiating tool that you have. And I think that's what Brandon Aiyuk is doing right now. He hasn't missed any training camp yet. It's a week out and he puts in the trade request because he sees that, the cards are stacked against him. He sees that it's going to be really hard to get the 49ers to move. Well, maybe you get a little extra concession out of the 49ers if they're desperate enough to avoid a holdout because they're in this win now year and they want to avoid, the drama that might have hurt them a little bit with Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel. Maybe the 49ers will, concede a little bit and sweeten the deal a little bit for Brandon Aiyuk to get him into camp. It's one of those things, I likened it yesterday to you're losing a football game and you're a little frustrated and you're driving down the field. You're not going to win anyway, but there's maybe a desperate small chance that you'll win. Your receiver makes a great catch near the sideline, but he only gets 1 foot in bounds. But it looks like maybe that second foot was in bounds, but probably not. And the coach is frustrated and he throws the challenge flag. We call it a what the heck challenge flag. I kind of feel this was a what the heck trade request. Let's see what happens. Maybe the 49ers budge. Hey, maybe they do. Maybe they just decided we'll trade him to a team that's willing to pay him all this money. That's almost certainly not going to happen, but maybe Brandon Aiyuk is able to. I think that his representation and Brandon Aiyuk, they feel that, there might be some collateral damage here with the fans being upset that he demanded a trade, but nobody remembers the Deebo Samuel situation. I don't think anybody holds that against him anymore. So I don't think his teammates hold it against him either. I think that the business aspect of this is what resonates with players, and it should, because they've got to stand up for their money, and then once the season starts, guys need to be on the field. And if he's not on the field by the time the season starts, I think that's when Brandon Aiyuk's teammates might hold a more negative view of him.
Do you think it was a misplay by Aiyuk's agent to have the trade request come now? Because it felt like when Deebo did it in April of his year, it was more impactful.
Well, I mean, there's different negotiating tactics. I know that this one, you can argue that they were doing in better faith. It's more of a good faith negotiation. They thought, okay, maybe we can, without going out to the media and demanding a trade and getting all the fans worked up and, having the organization's phones ring off the hook, maybe we could just work on something behind the scenes. I think that was the thinking here. But then, Brandon Aiyuk started taking this to social media anyway. Obviously that didn't help the situation. And so anyway, they did it now. Like I said, it was a what the heck trade request. It was that challenge flag that you throw late in the game, even though it's probably not going to work.
David, I think also yesterday, this was tucked underneath all of it, and it scared some people that Brandon Aiyuk requests a trade, and then, oh, by the way, the 49ers put Ricky Pearsall on the non-football injury list. I know there hasn't been official word on what's going on, but is there any light that you can shed on that situation?
So, supposedly the Pearsall situation or the injury that he's listed with is not a major one, so it doesn't sound like it's tied to the Brandon Aiyuk situation. It would have to be a more significant injury for Ricky Pearsall. All I know is that NFI, the non-football injury list, it's a bit of a misnomer. If you get hurt away from the team facility, even if you are participating in a football activity, you go on NFI. So he could have gotten hurt doing something that wasn't football. I don't know. But we've seen all these videos of Ricky Pearsall working out in Arizona, running routes, and it probably came from that. We'll find out, I'm sure, soon enough. And since that injury, if that is what happened, didn't occur at the 49ers facility, when rookies reported on Tuesday and the 49ers had to document that injury, they had to put Pearsall on the non-football injury list because that's what the classification has to be. So the word is, though, that it's not a serious injury, and it's probably not related to this whole Brandon Aiyuk trade request.
Okay. David, your best guess on how this all plays out is what?
I think I think Aiyuk is going to play for the 49ers this year. I'm not sure if he's going to play on that 50-year option or if he'll bring his asking price down and sign. I think that the franchise tag probably, the threat of it probably gets Brandon Aiyuk to sign for a contract that is in that Amon-Ra St. Brown territory that we've been talking about over the course of this offseason. I don't know exactly when it gets done, but the 49ers obviously want it done sooner rather than later. They don't want another one of these to drag out indefinitely, but they're also thinking about their future, and they can't just cave for the sake of caving because that can hurt them in the future here when even more of these contracts come due and when they have to execute a new mega deal with Brock Purdy.
And just to clarify, by the Amon-Ra St. Brown neighborhood, you mean the actual guarantee, which is $34.66, as opposed to the $30 million average annual?
Yeah. So I'm always talking about fully guaranteed money. I figured that Aiyuk would come in over, and I think that's what he wants. And I think that the 49 over the Amon-Ra St. Brown line, and I think the 49ers might ultimately benefit from executing something like that as well, because you have to remember that you could work and monkey with the numbers more if it's guaranteed money, because signing bonus money and guaranteed option bonus money can be prorated, stretched out over 5 years against the cap. So if they do give Brandon Aiyuk a big signing bonus, and if they do give him a bigger option bonus, they actually can reward him while also becoming more flexible with their own salary cap situation. So I woun't be surprised if it was more than $40 million in fully guaranteed money for Brandon Aiyuk when this is all said and done, because ultimately, in a weird way, that could benefit the 49ers. Cash-rich teams actually can fare better in the salary cap era because they can manipulate those numbers and create some room with the financial Tetris that I was talking about. So my projected deal for Brandon Aiyuk, I wrote this way back in like February or March. I was north of that $40 million fully guaranteed. And I think that's probably where Brandon Aiyuk will end up if they can get this deal done this offseason.
David, great stuff, man. We thank you so much for hopping on.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, David Lombardi, The Athletic, and I would say overall expressing very, very little concern about this.
No doubt.
Yeah,
and I'm glad that he clarified that at the end about exactly where the number would fall, because it's not the average annual, but it is the guarantee. And I always have to remind myself of the benefit of the 49ers having so much actual cash on hand, because the way he explained it, you give him $42 million guaranteed. Michael Pittman Jr. got $41 million guaranteed. If you give him $42 million guaranteed, it's only an $8 million hit roughly over the course of the 5-year deal, if it is a 5-year deal.
I also loved his analogy there with regard to, like, you're losing, it's the end of a game, you know you're not going to win, you're on a last drive, you think that the receivers 2 feet are not both down in bounds, but the receiver's frustrated, the sideline's frustrated. What the hell? Throw a challenge back. Just put it out there and see what happens. And you're probably going to lose the flag, but whatever, do it. And that's what he thinks Brandon Aiyuk and his agents are doing right here. Throw the whatever challenge flag in the form of a trade request. Throw it out there. Maybe we'll get another $1 million or something.
Right.
But again, I think what David is saying reflects the reality of this. We're 2.5 hours into this conversation, and the reality is, while there's a lot for us to discuss because we're fans and this is what's going on, the 49ers probably feel like there's not a whole lot to discuss here. Like, we've run our numbers. We've run our analytics. We know what we're doing with our cap. This is where we are, and this is what we can do. It might we sweeten it a little bit here or there? Okay, we can have that conversation. But Brandon is not in a position to do anything about this. I actually think it's mildly amusing. I get it. But it's mildly amusing that sports radio in Washington, D.C. and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania have off and on been dominated over the last 3 months by Brandon Aiyuk. Steelers and Commanders, here's my message. You can't have him.
Yeah, you're not getting him.
I don't care what you're willing to do. Would you pay him? It doesn't matter what you would pay him. What are you giving the Niners? Do you want to give him 2 1s? Or give him a 1 and a 2?
Well, Niners aren't taking that now.
You want to give him a 1 and a 2 and a 3? It doesn't matter what you want to do financially. He is not available.
Well, even if you wanted to give him a player, like I was mentioning in the 6 o'clock hour, Terry McLaurin, even if that was a thing, like you're going to get a 2nd-round pick and Terry McLaurin, can he come in and learn this offense in 7 weeks until 8 weeks until the opener?
That's a fantasy football idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't think that works.
Even if
for the
that
Niners.
trade happened right now, this very second, can Terry come in and be as impactful? Probably not, and therefore it's not a deal. I do think David has me thinking about the numbers in a different way. Calvin Ridley got 4 years and 92, which is 23 a year. The average annual value, not great, but he got 46.9 fully guaranteed. So I do think if there is a sticking point, it's that fully guaranteed at signing number. And if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you see the Ridley deal, forget the 23 a year. It's that $47 million fully guaranteed at signing that you're probably looking at as, where you want to be.
Yeah, that's a very good observation because there is some incongruity to all of this when you just start looking at the receivers. It's like, wait a minute, did you just tell me that Calvin Ridley got more guaranteed than Amon-Ra St. Brown?
A lot more.
Why? You know what I mean? And again, this is players who some want to bet on themselves, some want more of a guarantee. Everybody's different. Do you want to be locked down? You know what I mean? Like, contract coming up. Do you want 4 years? Do you want 2 years? Do you what speaks to you? And David seems to indicate that most guys, and probably Brandon, the sticking point is the guaranteed, not the average annual value. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises, and we're sponsored by Safeway. Now, in less than 20 minutes, Slates. Anthony Slater, The Athletic, is going to be with us. And we've got to get into this. We haven't touched on it yet. Coming up next, we are going to play some comments that likely, at least portions of them, you have not heard yet. They just came out yesterday in a podcast with The Athletic. Joe Lacob on everything that the Warriors are facing right now, from Klay to the additions to potential trades. Covered it all. We'll play some of it for you, then we'll react with someone who is deep in the know with Anthony Slater. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal for members. Delicious green or red seedless grapes, $1.77 per pound. Limit 4.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
You're doing a great job filling in. I want to get that out while I have an opportunity.
You know,
if I did a Mount Rushmore of fill-ins, Mount Fill-In-More in the Washington spot, Mark Fillard.
It made me feel slightly better driving around yesterday when they're like, you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. But now,
filling in
is the little plucky Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I am so out.
You've never heard of them. They're usually on Saturday nights from 8 to 11 at night.
Wow.
But here they are, moving up in the ranks for 1 week. They're now here 2 to 6 p.m. But
yay!
Enjoy them while they last because they're just fill-ins and they won't be here for long. I'm like, that felt a little bit better, but still not a lot.
Yeah.
Like Matt
bothering me.
Matt Nahigian has taken taken all 6 of his hosts and turned us all into fill-ins. I haven't even had, that's the other thing about the morning shift. We're almost done before anybody else even gets to the building.
Kind of nice.
I haven't had a chance to pull them aside yet and tell them how awful of an idea I thought this was. not the jacked up part.
Yeah.
Not that part.
The
part where you've called everyone a fill-in.
It's by design.
But it's a me thing. It's a me thing. It's a term. It's a me thing.
It's a way to remind you you're all replaceable. You're all fill-ins. Oh, and here he is.
It's my problem.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Matt, it's my problem. No, I get it. It's my problem, but we're not fill-ins.
Filling in for Danny Freisinger, it's Matt
Hang
Nahigian.
on, time out. Filling in for Willard and Dibbs while they're filling in for Bonte and Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Matt Nahigian.
Here he is.
And I'm filling in for who?
I don't even know anymore.
Let's just get something straight real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The jacked up week was my idea. The liners that say filling in were from your little friend and the sports director, Lucas Alexander.
You know what?
Say hello to my little friend.
Now it makes sense.
Also, he conveniently forgets that jacked up was my idea. So all of it was my idea. I'll wear the filling in.
The first I heard of it was from Matt. I have no idea.
That's where all the best ideas come around these places.
It does make more sense.
This does have reek of director of sports.
It's a director of sports feel to it.
Yep, you guys go to I direct. You go to the morning and you go to the midday.
Why are the liners blue today, Lucas? Just because that's the mood you're in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
Wednesday, baby. Hump day.
Well, there you go. My beef with Matt Nahigian has been squashed.
Yeah, it's been moved over. Moved over one room.
Yeah, another brick on the wall.
That's it.
All right. Whatever. That's stupid.
Anyway.
That's a stupid thing. So
whatever, Lucas.
Exactly. How long have you been holding that bite? That one's perfect for
very long
now.
time. It's very unique circumstances where that fits.
And this is them. All right. 888-957-9570 Slates. Coming up in like 8 minutes. Anthony Slater, the Athletic, on the Warriors. After Slater, sometime in the 9 o'clock hour, this will be fun. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Remember the top 5 NFC quarterbacks? And he talked to execs.
Yep.
And coaches and scouts, unnamed, anonymous. Well, he did the same thing for wide receivers. You think Brandt and Aiyuk made the top 10 or not?
Ooh, do you want me to answer right now?
You can answer.
And then we'll get into it.
Do you think he would? Coaches, execs, and scouts rank the top 10 receivers in the game. Does Brandon make the list?
I don't think so.
I have my doubts.
Yeah.
But we'll unveil the list in a little while. But first, let's get to this because Anthony Slater is going to join us. There's a lot to get through. Joe Lacob on a podcast with The Athletic. Who is he talking to? Marcus Thompson and
so it's the Athletic NBA show with David Aldridge and Marcus Thompson.
David Aldridge, who's awesome. Love David. Okay. So Joe says, they're way better than they were last year.
We wound up doing, I'm so proud of our group for what they accomplished this summer. People don't understand how much better I think our team is, even right now, versus last year. We had 46 wins last year. We should have been, in my belief, a 50-win team last year. You know, the Draymond suspension clearly hurt us and some other things. Look, there's always some things that happen and some that don't and so on. I think we could have been better. I think we're definitely a better team than we were last year on paper. The way I like to look at what Mike has done and Kirk and those guys is that we now have core older guys, who are still good. Steph, Draymond, Wiggins. He's got to get a little better this year. Obviously, he's got a little better year than he did before. But they're sitting there. Those three guys. You've got the four young guys who are just getting better. Young guys don't usually get worse, and these guys aren't. And then you've got three other veterans. There's a couple other veterans on the team as well that will add, but three other veterans that really can play, that are clear rotation players that we just added in the three guys you mentioned. That is a deep team. That is definitely deeper than we were last year.
All right. He has some points in there.
Yeah.
I could highlight a bunch of stuff in there, but want to know what line grabbed me? He goes, we definitely should have been a 50-win team last year, and everybody's brain goes to the same place, Draymond Green. And it's the first thing he said. And he goes, the Draymond suspension clearly hurt us. And then did you hear what he said right after that? He goes, and there were some other things too. He glosses over it and moves on.
Yeah.
What do you think the other things were?
Klay, Poutgate.
First thing that came to my mind, and maybe it's relevant to the Niner conversation we're having right now. I don't want disgruntled players.
No,
I don't.
Especially key players, star players.
Last 2 years, the Warriors have had it at a high level. Big time players who were not happy. It craters things.
Yeah.
That's why this is worrying me.
Yeah, and it should worry you, because if he has to settle for a contract that he isn't totally thrilled with, that might seep into how he feels. He'll go out there and play and ball out, I'm sure, but you want everyone to be happy. Our boss, Matt Nahigian, wants us to be happy as much as he can control that.
Those liners better change tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a Lucas thing, and I don't know if that's going to happen. He's too busy trying to pronounce Brendan Podjemski's name correctly to worry about other liners. So he's got bigger fish to fry.
Brandon Kajemski.
There you go.
By the way,
Grandy, I tried to pad to give you enough time to
We
find
got
it.
to the end of the year where we're like, oh, he made the all-rookie team. Everybody knows how to pronounce his name. And the second I said that, no one has pronounced his name correctly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm told it was heard on 95.7 The Game because it was after our normal full show hours, but I might be wrong. Did anyone do the best of at 6 o'clock last night? Why not? What happens there, Grandy? What's going on?
Evan's gone, so we just
went to Fox Sports Radio. Well, Fox Sports Radio had me on
Last
at
night?
6:30.
God, you're doing every show. Take a play off. Don't you hear your voice enough?
I know, but I'm like the
You
Brandon.
work 6 days a week, and now you got to do shows across the country.
It wasn't me. I wasn't doing this.
God.
No, as a guest.
I know, I get it.
Chris Broussard.
It's okay to say no.
Well, Broussard, and this is what I'm doing with Broussard.
He owes us.
Right. It annoys me because he calls me to go on his show all the time, and I always say yes. And I call him to come on ours, and he always says no.
Broussard.
And the reason is just timing. Like, our show is on partially during his show, and it's his prep time. I'm like, prep schmep, will you just come on for 10 minutes? But anyway, he's all protective of his time, and I'm not.
Apparently not.
So anyway, lovely Christy and I are like getting ready to go to dinner. She gets into the car, beautiful dress. She looks amazing. And she gets in the car while I'm like screaming at Chris Broussard about Brandon Aiyuk. Poor girl. But anyway, point is I got a bunch of texts about this because people locally were hearing this national conversation about Brandon Aiyuk and the Warriors. And Broussard dialed in NBA dude, Podziemski. And I'm like, come on, you guys.
Did you correct him?
No. I was laughing too hard. I'm like,
you let him go with a Podziemski?
There were multiple Podziemskis.
We need to find those and add them to the montage.
Brandon Kajemski.
That one may lead now. That's our director of sports.
Oh, my God.
Not our director of diction or pronunciations, but he's the director of sports.
We need someone to fill in for you, Lucas. That's what we need. Filling in for director of sports, Lucas Alexander. Someone else.
Exactly.
All right. This is an interesting question for Joe Lacob. Who's your number 2 scorer? And what are you going to do about it?
Now, the questions revolve around, do we have a reliable number 2 scorer? I mean, I think that's a legitimate question for people to ask. We think we've got some candidates. Wiggins can have a better year. In 22, he was pretty damn good. Jonathan Kuminga got much better last year, and I expect him to get a lot better this year. So, look, we'll have to wait and see how all that works out. But we added shooting in Buddy Hield, and we added a lot of perimeter defense into Anthony Melton, which I think we needed. And we added a guy who's another big, who's a very versatile player, who also another really good defensive player in Anderson. So I look at it, at least at this point in time on paper, along with changes in our coaching staff, which have yet to be formalized, but I think has all been talked about, which is tremendous upgrade in the coaching staff. We've made some big moves. So coaching staffs, players, I'm pretty excited about where we are right now. Am I satisfied? No, never. So we're always going to be in the market to improve our team. Always. I don't care what team we have. If we could get someone else and work out a deal that would make us better, great. We will. We're always looking. We're going to be the most aggressive team in the league.
All right. Look, they're always going to stay on. Like every team's going to say the same. But we want to be better. If we can be better, we'll be better. But what I hear from the Warriors, and this goes all the way back to before the draft, they're trying to prepare their fan base for this is it.
Right.
Like what you see is what you get.
Well, what you see is what you get, and what you're going to get is young players who are going to be better. Kuminga is going to take a leap, and you're going to get 2022 Andrew Wiggins. And, oh boy, if that can all happen, then maybe you are a playoff team. If you can find Andrew Wiggins to be the player that he was for a little while there, if that Andrew Wiggins can come back around and your young guys all take a big step forward, you may have some action.
There is word that Andrew Wiggins is working out like a madman this offseason.
Really? Not for Canada.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
That he's working out like a madman.
Bigger, stronger,
good.
Everything. One more before Slates gets on here with us. How about this this constant maximizing the remainder of Steph Curry's career? Here's Joe Lacob.
I mean, he is spectacular still. He's in phenomenal shape. I'm not going to name other players, but there's a couple others that I could say that about too. Unbelievable. Look, Tom Brady played till he was 45, guys. I'm not saying that's the norm. I'm not saying it's going to happen. There's a guy out there on another team on the West Coast that is going to be 40 and is unbelievable, incredible. I think Steph's got a number of years left, but you're right. The odds would suggest that we're getting certainly nearer to the end for sure, and we're aware of it every single day. We want to win, but it wouldn't change my mind. I want to win. I'm never going to do this full-on go tank thing. We're never doing that. We're always trying to win. We're going to put the best team we possibly can, subject to all of the different, difficulties in doing that. What drafts? Again, I said you got draft picks, you got trades, and you got free agency. There's always a way. Is my attitude to try. You can't always make it happen, but you can try as hard as you can to get better.
Okay, there's always a way. Those are some of the comments of Joe Lacob on The Athletic, the podcast with David Aldridge and Marcus Thompson. Some interesting stuff, and we want to get further perspective and dig on it a little bit with our guy, our Warriors insider, also with The Athletic. You hear him on 95.7 The Game all the time, and that is none other than Anthony Slater. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Hey, Anthony, what's going on, man?
What's up? How are y'all?
You know what, man? We're doing pretty good. What did you make of what Joe Lacob said yesterday, specific to the idea of that number 2 scorer? The first name that popped out of his mouth was Andrew Wiggins, and I heard Warrior fans across the bay roll their eyes.
Yeah, the clip you played right there was interesting for several reasons. Obviously, he's referring to LeBron as look at how well Steph can age, which is fine. But I do think one thing the Lakers have done well is get him Anthony Davis, right? That is his second star that's supposed to guide him to the next era. Now, I think the Lakers' rest of the roster build has been questionable. Certainly, right now, if you were picking the West, the Warriors and Lakers are probably in the same play-in realm. So it's not to say that the Lakers have better built the roster. I think the Warriors are set up depth-wise, 3 to 12 in the roster, way better. But that's the problem, right? Steph Curry, as he ages, away from being an All-NBA first-teamer until last year he was All-NBA third-teamer. He needs a 27-year-old superstar. And they don't have that. And, I like the Markkanen idea. And maybe if you pair Markkanen with a deep team, that is fringe contention, maybe ambitiously. But also, like, that's not Anthony Davis, right? That's not an all-NBA first, second teamer. So, and again, that's like the hardest thing to acquire in the league, but that's where I see the difference.
And if you can continue down that road with the Markkanen pursuit, do they have the assets and would they be willing to part with enough for that to actually come to pass here before we get into August?
We'll see. I mean, you mentioned August. August 6th to me is the date. I mean, that's the Markkanen declaration date. That's where Utah loses a lot of leverage. That's where not only the Jazz but Markkanen have to declare their future together in a lot of ways. Like, Markkanen is extension eligible. I know you guys kind of know some of the mechanics here, but he's extension eligible August 6th on a deal that the Jazz can give him way more than the Warriors or any other outside team can give, because they have this open cap space to renegotiate and extend. Take him from $18 million next year to, whatever it is, 30-something million, and then extend off that number. Whereas theoretically, if he got traded to the Warriors, they can only extend him off that 18 million number. So there's a lot of financial appeal to Markkanen and extending. And if he does it on August 6th, that means he can be traded February 6th at the trade deadline. If he wants to wait and ensure he's with Utah at least a year on that extension, he can wait till August 7th. And we'll just get answers then, because it makes no sense for him not to be extended if he wants to be in Utah long term. But if he doesn't sign an extension right around that time, that's a signal too of perhaps his intention. So I think the Warriors rightly are being very patient right now. They're not just going to throw the entire boat for Markkanen, because clearly the Jazz don't have an outside offer that's appealing enough, or they would have pulled the trigger at this point. And then I think we'll get answers to his future in Utah or non-future right around then.
Anthony, can we get a likelihood barometer from you? Because I spent a good portion of yesterday going, look, I call BS on Utah really actually wanting to or planning to trade Lauri Markkanen. If you were to handicap this for the Warriors and for this season, what are the chances Lauri Markkanen plays here?
I would say a few weeks ago you were hearing that there's a legitimate shopping going on, particularly like early in free agency. But the fact that it has dragged on this long, the fact that I think Utah protecting their cap space in free agency was a pretty big signal, about their plans with Markkanen. I think the Danny Ainge factor in this has made a lot of the league skeptical that he'd actually pull the trigger. That a lot of the talk that some people viewed as serious was him just gauging what his true value is, because that's what Danny Ainge does. So I guess that's a wide ranging to say of I would definitely go under 50%, maybe even lower. But, Utah does have a situation to decide. Do they want to hit the full rebuild? Do they want to go after the Cooper Flags of the world, these next two drafts? And then Lauri Markkanen, he wants to win. And, I don't think Lauri Markkanen or anybody in that Utah core has loved the last two seasons when Utah hits the eject button on what had been a decent season up to the deadline, and they traded away their guys to protect their picks, their top 10 protected picks. So I think Lauri Markkanen wants some money that Utah can provide, but I think he probably wants some answers on how deep and long a rebuild is this going to be, and if it is set to be one for the next several seasons, then I could see him seeing some appeal elsewhere.
Yeah, and the appeal to play with Steph obviously would be very high, but it would take a lot, I think, for the Warriors to acquire him. And I think an interesting one for me, Anthony, is the future of Jonathan Kuminga, because he would be eligible for an extension, much like Jordan Poole got, that wouldn't kick in for a year. How interested are the Warriors in giving Jonathan Kuminga that big kind of Jordan Poole extension?
Yeah, they're going to talk to him. And if both sides can come to a reasonable number, I don't expect some how Franz Wagner got the auto max. If that was going to be on the table, then it would already be done. But, I don't think that's where it's headed number-wise. But I do think if the Warriors believe they can, that Jonathan Kuminga will take an offer that maintains his market value, which, it was part of why they made the Poole offer. They thought that was going to be a positive value on the trade market. It really tanked over that year, and they ended up having to attach a first rounder to him. I would expect them to be more careful this time around, partly because of that. But I would say conversations have slowly started up. I think it won't really get serious until closer to training camp and into training camp. If I had to forecast it, I think it would depend on if they get Markkanen done or not, because that changes every equation. But assuming they don't, I still could see because of what I think Kuminga can command, especially with a huge season, which he would believe he can have, I could see it going into restricted free agency next year.
Anthony Slater, the Athletic, a Warrior insider, joining us. Willard and Dibbs in the jacked up lineup week. We are hanging out in the morning. Bonte and Joe later. Steiny and Goo later this afternoon. We're talking Warrior basketball after Joe Lacob's comments yesterday here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, Anthony, if no Markkanen, is it Markkanen or bust, or are there other players that would interest the Warriors?
I think right now, as has been reported, like they're kind of waiting this one out. Let's say August 7th comes around, and 6th would be even more interesting. The 7th, and Lauri Markkanen signs the 4-year big boat extension in Utah. That would take him completely off the table through the trade deadline. So you would know you literally can't even get him at all next season. What I don't sense from the Warriors is there would be suddenly August 8th. Got to frantically search around the league. Got to find, Zach LaVine, should they pluck him, or Brandon Ingram? Should they get in those sweepstakes? I think they would take 2 steps back. I think they're okay going into camp with the 14 they currently have. They've almost built it out right now for a full roster. I think there's belief this team could win games and, be in the 4, 5, 6 seed mix. That to me feels like a ceiling, but the playoff mix. And then I think that they would and probably should be an aggressive pre-trade deadline team. They have the assets. They've shown they're willing to trade the first round picks. They have young guys that appeal across the league. They have a hungry Steph Curry, and they can be a buyer. But a buyer doesn't mean you have to be a buyer on August 8th, August 9th. You can wait it out. You can see if there is a better fit guy out there. I think part of why they want Markkanen so bad is because he's such an obvious fit for what they need, age and skill set wise. I don't think Brandon Ingram is. I don't think Zach LaVine is on that big contract. So maybe you go into December, January, and somebody pops free that we're not even talking about right now. Obviously the dream name would be it goes really poorly in Milwaukee and Giannis somehow becomes available. I'm not expecting that to happen. Certainly not reporting that is likely, but you know what I mean? You can kind of let it play out, and I think they believe they have enough of a roster right now where they're not just going to suddenly go, 10 and 25 out of the gate if they don't make a trade.
Heading into the deadline, do they have too much of a roster? And you were mentioning, between players 3 and 12, they have a bunch of different guys. Steve kind of had trouble last year with the rotation because they had too many pieces. Is that going to be plaguing them again this year?
Yes, that does kind of seem like the flaw of the roster again. And, you're sitting there looking at Moses Moody for the 4th straight season, you're rotation ready. But then camp comes around, it's are you the 10th man again? Are you getting DMPs? But, to your wider question, I do think where there's a difference this season compared to last season is I just think there's less of, or I guess it would be more of an earn your way type situation heading into camp. There's no Klay Thompson guaranteed rotation spot, no matter the slump he's in. I think, there'd be a quicker, pull of an Andrew Wiggins. There would be more go win jobs. Steve went, I believe, on your guys' network and said basically every rotation spot, starting spot is open. Obviously that doesn't include Steph Curry and Draymond, but I think they need to they're not as top heavy as you want to be if you want to contend for a title, as we're talking about, and why a big trade needs to be made. But I do think the depth would be in a fresher, healthier place this season because he wouldn't be as married to certain players, even if they're in slumps.
Slates, we've heard for a while now that the Warriors really do not want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. No one's untouchable, but he's pretty darn close. All of a sudden, Brandon Pajemski's name is becoming a big one. Vibe around him in Summer League real good. Multiple reports that say that Utah, for example, would be more interested in him than Kuminga. What is the Warriors' overall view of Pajemski and their appetite or lack thereof to include him in talks?
Yeah, they don't want to trade him. He is, beloved organizationally. They think he has winning qualities, and one of, I would say, the rare aspects of Pajemski compared to their other recent draft picks is not only obviously does the front office love the talent and draft him and want him to play, but the head coach as a rookie couldn't keep him off the floor, right? Steve Kerr's putting him in his best lineups last year. His plus minus is great. He's raving about him, as a rookie. So there is not much of an appetite for the Warriors to trade him. Now, again, if it comes down to a major trade and he is the swing piece, sometimes you do have to give stuff up. We'll see. But yeah, they're not actively looking to move him. But part of the reason why he has an appeal not only to the Warriors, but on the market to a team like Utah, he's got 3 more years of very cheap money. You know, he's just entering year 2 of a 4-year rookie deal, and he was the 19th overall pick. That's really cheap, labor in a lot of ways. So but that's also why the Warriors want to protect him.
I mean, this may not be a fair way to ask, but who would they dig their fingernails into more to keep, Kuminga or Pods?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on the player coming back. There would be, as you guys know, in sports, there is various opinions within an organization. I think too often we say, well, the Warriors think this. Well, it's like, hey, there's like 95 opinions that matter within the Warriors. And obviously some are more important than others. But there'd be a debate, I'll tell you that. And it would be interesting. But the other aspect of it is, a team like Utah, who would they prefer? Who would more easily get it done for them? Who, if you put on the table, do you get to take maybe picks off the table? It's all a big gumbo like value play from both sides that gets mixed into one, and then the 7 most important opinions in the organization come into a room and have to make that choice. And I'm not sure the answer to that right now.
Yeah, and the financial part of it is fascinating with 3 years of team control. What about Andrew Wiggins, Slates? Is there any ability for the Warriors to find somebody who might see Andrew Wiggins as the player he was 2 years ago?
I would say I think too often when Andrew Wiggins is like spoken about in trade terms, I think people have a really but that contract. The contract's actually not that bad. He played 71 games last year. If he does hit his threes historically, he's 37, 38%, he can defend on the perimeter. Obviously, we all know his flaws. Availability 2 seasons ago was not great, and he can kind of fluctuate in and out, but he's $24-25 million a year. I mean, you look at, people were wondering why the Warriors wouldn't have traded the Chris Paul contract, which they were going to cut anyways, and Wiggins for Zach LaVine. It's like Zach LaVine's 3 for 138 the next 3 years, obviously, and Andrew Wiggins is 3 for 84. Like, that's way less. Right. And like in this second apron world where $3 million feels important to duck aprons and all this. Like, Andrew Wiggins at $24 million, 29-year-old, two-way wing is probably too strong at this point, although he's shown it a couple of years ago. So to answer your question, I do think he's at least, and I remember hearing this at the deadline, he's at least net zero value. You don't have to attach an asset to get off his contract. I think there's plenty of contending teams across the league that'd be like, we could plug Andrew Wiggins in for 33 minutes a night on the wing at $24 million a year in this new expensive world. And that's fine. But also, you know what? The Warriors need him. I know maybe Warriors fans don't want to hear that, but unless the roster is rebuilt and you get better wing play, he's your best point of attack defender next year. He's going to shoot the 3 at a higher volume than most of your other guys. And he's, again, like you said earlier, it's not a good thing for the Warriors that Joe Lacob is mentioning. He might be their second most reliable scorer. I actually think it's Kuminga, but I mean, he still can get you 18 a night. So you don't just give that skill set away, give that contract away.
Slates, real quick, do you agree with Joe Lacob in his assessment that as constructed right now, the Warriors are definitely better than they were last year?
Oh, man, I only view that if you guarantee, is Draymond Green going to play 70-something games? Is Steph Curry, what did Steph Curry play last year? I mean, he was at 73, 74 games.
It's pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you guarantee those two guys are there on an almost nightly basis. I do think, the young guys are better, right? Brandon Podziemski's out of the rotation. Trace Jackson-Davis out of the rotation to start last year. Don't even break into it until midseason. Kuminga is a worse player at the start of last season than he would be this season. I like some of their signings. So I think, yes, collectively, they are a better team to start this next season than they were to start last season. Maybe not end. But again, 9-10 seed last year? Okay, well, the 7 seed's better, but is that what they should be aiming for? Because that's about the realm that I would predict them to be in, 7-8 range.
Anthony, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas, I enjoyed the morning chat with you guys. Very rare.
Yeah. I mean, you're allowed to call in between 2 and 6
anytime.
You're allowed.
You guys are allowed to reach out to me.
That's a good point, too. That's a good point.
It's tough as a former Casa Grande gaucho to reach out to somebody who went to Rancho Cotati. It's hard for me.
Cougars. I like it. Yeah. Well, I now know why that I'm only asked to come on the horn show.
The plot thickens.
That's
there
it.
you have
Let's
it.
go.
I'll keep working on him, Anthony. Good to talk to you, buddy.
All right, fellas.
All right, there he goes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What'd you make of Slates?
I think it's a lot of what you were talking about coming off of the Lacob sound we were playing. It feels like, and he put it 50%, maybe lower to get Markin in. I think it's probably lower than that, but the idea of a trade deadline move to me becomes a lot more intriguing. And if you look at the list of 2025 free agents, if you were going to make a move for a rental kind of guy, it wouldn't cost you as much. And the list of upcoming free agents is pretty impressive. You got Ben Simmons, James Harden, you got Jamal Murray. He probably won't be available, but
he's going to get a
Brandon
deal.
Ingram, Chris Middleton. There are names of guys who are in the end of their deal who you could possibly just get for a rental at the deadline.
I was struck, again, he said it's less than 50-50, and then he goes, and it might be even lower than that, which so I don't know what the number is, but I was struck that he was not dismissive at all of the idea of the Warriors still getting Lauri Markkanen. There are questions about, and we don't know this, what Lauri wants. That's a part of it. I was also struck by, all the talk of late of like, oh, it's going to take Podziemski. You're going to have the Kuminga's probably not a sticking point. It's going to take Podziemski. Tim McMahon said that. Shams Charania has said that. Slater basically saying maybe it comes down to not who the Warriors are more willing to give up, but which one Utah would want. And it feels right now, based on these reports, like that person would be Pods and not Kuminga. And yes, there's the money aspect to this as well. But, the Warriors don't want to give up either of these players.
Right.
But if you want Lauri Markkanen, would you give up one of these players? The vibe I get is that the Warriors might have to grit their teeth a little bit, but yeah, that they probably would. Lauri Markkanen, it's not as simple as just like, how good is he? I want everyone to hear that from Anthony. He's a perfect fit.
Right.
That's important here.
Warriors need size. He's got size. They need length, and he can shoot the ball. And he's a high basketball IQ kind of a player. And I think that, what he said about the roster players 3 through 12, it's kind of interchangeable. That is a problem when, Moses Moody, again, be ready in case we need you in his fourth year. He doesn't want that, and he's better than that. So, if you could get 3 of your players, if they want Pods, well, then you're going to take Looney and you're going to take Moody, because they're a package deal. Moody and Looney do yoga together. We know
together.
that.
Yes, they
and so
do.
If that's the
We
package,
do yoga.
and maybe it's a pick or two for Markkanen, well, that frees up your roster logjam, and you get a better player coming back.
Yeah, and then what we're not talking about, and there's no way to know, is like, how many picks are we talking about? Because again, the thing that Shams said yesterday.
That's a really good question, Mark.
Thank you. And Shams, like yesterday, made it sound like it was going to be all the picks. All of them. All of the picks.
All them picks.
Right. Like 20, 45. Yes, that one too. All of them. I don't even know how far in the future you're allowed to go. Are you allowed to do that? The pick is 20 years from now. Yeah, we'll take that one too. You probably are allowed to do that. I don't know why anyone would do that. No executive is still going to be in that job by the time that pick comes around.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I think the only rule is it has to be every other year. It can't be consecutive years.
Correct.
I think that's the only
So you can pick swap, you can do pick and then pick swap, and then pick and then pick swap.
Sure.
All of this. And then that's what they'd be asking for.
And if you're Utah and you see the players Kuminga and Podziemski as being relatively equal in ability, you'd much rather have Pods based on his money alone and the team control. Because why would you not want to extend Markkanen and then trade for Kuminga knowing that he's going to need an extension?
Well, it
doesn't make rebuild sense to me.
Correct. I agree with you, but it is a much smaller extension.
Yes.
That is cheaper, I should say. Not the length would be the same, but is cheaper.
And that also struck me about, because I asked him about the Kuminga contract. Would it be coming? Because Jordan Poole got signed in October. And if the Markkanen thing doesn't happen for the Warriors, that doesn't necessarily mean that Kuminga is going to get an extension. They might just wait until the end of the year and then he becomes a restricted free agent, and the Warriors have the ability to match another offer that he might get.
Look, I think this. I think that whenever you have the option as a team in order to get more information, you take it. You know what I mean? The Niners are not allowed to extend Brock Purdy right now, but that works out well. You get 17 more games of information. You know, I still think they extended Jordan Poole when they did because they also knew what was going to happen next. To a degree, they knew what they were going to try to do. You know, they had a whole season of realizing that these guys were just not connecting. They were not getting along anymore. And so I think they knew what they were going to do. And so you turn it into an asset and you change the finances around with your books and you get Chris Paul and you get out from underneath all of that. That's one way to play.
He had to attach a first-round pick to it, unfortunately, because his value did tank.
Right, but you also, take Aiyuk. You know what I mean? The Niners are not scared to be like, let's do another year of information. We'll pay you $14.1 million this year, and let's figure it out after the year. Kuminga is a classic example for this because he really had a nice rise last year, and he's a really good player. But is he that? Like, we're all still debating that. You'll get a good debate around town. He's good, but is he that? And he's 21. Yeah, give me another year of information for 500, Alex. That's what I'll take in this one.
Depends on,
why not?
Well, it depends on how you really feel about the player. Because if you love the player, then it probably behooves you to sign him now because the value would be lower. If Kuminga has another step-up year or a double step-up year and you realize, oh, my God, this guy is the sauce, and he goes out and averages 21 and 9, and it's like this guy's on his way to being a real star in this league, that's going to cost you a lot more money next offseason than it would now.
You know what Anthony Slater is? He is an insider.
Yeah.
He obviously is a guest at 95.7 The Game.
He's a Cougar. Rancho Cotati.
You know what else he is?
Talk to me.
A listener.
How do you know?
Because he heard that conversation and he just texted our guys and said, tell those two schmucks in the other room you can only trade picks 7 years out.
There you go.
7 years out. So 2031.
Slate?
Which I could give a rip about, by the way, is how far out you could go. And what I mean, I don't mean the information he just texted in. You want my 2031 pick? Here. We got 7 years to recoup that. Or
I'll have a 9-year-old.
Yeah, Steph Curry's going to be 43. Yes, Markkanen. Yes, you can have my 2031 first-round pick. I don't even know if Kyle Shanahan thinks we're going to be alive by then. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and we'd love your calls, 888-957-9570. And then also coming up next this, remember Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, coaches, execs, and scouts. Who are the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL? Is Brandon Aiyuk on the list? There's only one way to find out. It's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over $30 million in prizes.
smell good right now.
You look good.
Yeah, thank you. I got a brand new hat that I got from my son's golf course.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
What the hell was I
Filling
saying
in
in that
for
one?
Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, no, that was on purpose.
It's still a foul.
No,
it's still a penalty.
Whatever. Call it a take foul then.
Encroachment unabated to the quarterback.
Too bad. I'm going to keep on fouling.
I'm giving you a yellow card.
Fine.
Seriously.
You're not allowed to give me a yellow card.
I should start bringing my cards. I think I'm going to bring my cards. I might wear my stripes
Bring
tomorrow.
your whistle, too. Yeah.
I got one in the car. Tomorrow I'm going to go stripes, whistle, cards, and penalty flag.
I hate referee dibs. Unless, like, they're 10-year-olds playing basketball. But when you do it in here, when you come in here after refs have ruined nights for all of us, and you defend them, it's not good.
I hate ref-hating sports fans.
I know you do.
Because it's almost never, the ref.
But it's DNA.
It's not DNA. It's a learned behavior. And this is where, don't you get it, Mark?
No,
don't
you don't get it.
Because you've never done it. And if you've done it at the level that I've done it, which is the highest level of 10-year-old sports.
How do you know I've never done it?
Because you're not cut from that cloth. I know you've never done it.
I have done it.
Once in a volunteer setting in a non-impactful.
Oh, it matters that you're getting $42 as opposed to volunteering?
Yes.
Come on, no.
I've done it at the championship level.
Championship of
You got
what?
fourth graders doing battle for a title. That's high level.
It's so high level that when they lose, they're like, where are we going to eat?
Sometimes it takes minutes for them to get over it.
It takes the dads about 2 weeks.
I have losses that I still haven't gotten over. My kid was playing under 8 soccer. He's now 23.
Oh God!
And I could walk you through the entire soccer match. Silver Tigers.
I remember.
Up 2-1.
I remember coaching whatever it was, 9-year-old baseball, and we were really supposed to win, and I made a mistake. It was my bad. And we lost a game that we had no business losing. And, kids at that age are just crying like crazy. And I just gathered them up and I said, on me. That is on me. I want everybody to lift your head. All the super, whatever, that speech. Circle back at the team party, like a couple days later. And everyone's telling the stories of like how long it took their kid to get over it. Oh, my God. He was crying all night or this is what he said. One dad comes over to me as the dad of like the worst player on the team. He's like, I got to be honest with you. He got in the car and was just like, what pizza place are we picking? Like he didn't give 2 bleeps about what had just happened. Anyway, Willard and Dibbs here in the morning just this week only. Glad you're with us. We're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey and Klay Thompson bobbleheads, multiple bobbles. And we're doing this on Friday. You'll have 3 chances to qualify and win. In fact, you'll win each time the bobbles. 3 people get the bobbles, but only one of the 3 is going to get the jersey. And these are the 3 times that you're going to want to listen and have a chance to win. 8:11 in the morning with us, 1:11 in the midday with Bonte and Joe, and 5:11 in the late afternoon with Steiny and Goo, who I hear love afternoon drive. Loving it. What place do you think Brandt and Aiyuk came in an anonymous poll of coaches, execs, and scouts put together by ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, top 10 wide receivers in the NFL? Did he make the list, yes or no?
I thought about this and I thought about it and I mulled it over and my gut feeling is no. He did not make the top 10.
I'm with you. I guess maybe just outside of it, maybe 11th, maybe 12th, something like that.
Somewhere in there.
We now have the list, but I've got it stacked, so I haven't seen it. I can only see who's on the top, and we all know who's on the top.
And he has to be on the top.
Yeah, it's Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, Jets.
Justin Jefferson. All right. So should we unveil it?
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go from the top down, though. Okay? number 1.
And the director of tree killing has produced 74 pages
Good
of
Lord.
copy.
I know. He handed me an encyclopedia, and he doesn't even know what an encyclopedia is. He's too young. All right. Number 1, Justin Jefferson.
Turn the page.
Number 2, Tyreek Hill.
Makes sense. Second in the league in catches.
Number 3, Jamar Chase, Cincinnati Bengals. I like the player.
I like the pick, Mark.
Number 4, CeeDee Lamb, Dallas Cowboys.
Led football with 135 grabs last year.
Number 5, Devonte Adams, Las Vegas Raiders. File Devonte Adams' name over here in the left side of your brain for a separate conversation coming up next.
Threw his 4-year-old daughter an awesome dinosaur birthday party.
Yes, he did.
It's like a lot
Thank you
of
for
fun.
bringing that up. It looks so great.
On receiver.
Okay, quick aside.
On Netflix.
My favorite moment that not like all the Kittle and Debo stuff. Debo's got the cutest kid I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh my God, he's adorable.
And George Kittle and Claire goals. Anyway.
Totally.
Devontae's birthday party, my favorite moment is all of the moms of the other kids in the class who get invited over to the house. And they're in who knows where, Nevada, and they walk it. Nobody knows who Devonte is. And they're just like, oh my God, look at your house.
Totally.
And you know they're all thinking the same thing. They're looking at this woman and they're going, what the hell does your husband do for a living?
Exactly.
This dreadlock gentleman, this large man over, what does he do? And
pretty nice house. Pretty nice little crib.
So they start introducing, and they're like, oh, are you the dad? Yeah,
yes,
I'm the dad. Hi, Devonte. And they're like, oh, Cheryl, nice to meet you, Devonte. And then they go get like a chip and dip.
It's pretty funny.
And you're just like, when you're in the sports world, you're like, God, you weirdos, you have no clue what's going on, do you?
No clue.
It's so funny. All right, number 5, Devonte Adams.
Put that over here.
Dinosaur birthday party thrower.
Thank you.
Right. Number 6, AJ Brown.
Okay.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Highest ranked Brown on the list.
That is accurate.
Yeah, I'm trying to have something for everyone. Mixing it up.
Number 7, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Detroit Lions.
Turns out his dad was Mr. Olympia.
Mr.
Twice.
Universe.
Mr. Universe.
Mr. Universe.
That dude's got some muscles.
Dude, the Brown workout routine, the whole family, watch out.
The Brown home videos of Amon-Ra as an 8-year-old, and he's already, pushing plates. Pretty impressive.
So crazy. All right, here's where you're going to start getting names where you're like, ho, what?
Well, Aiyuk should be next.
Number 8.
He wants that Amon-Ra money.
Mike Evans, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What year is it? Is it 2019?
It's 2024.
Yeah, I don't.
Hasn't Mike Evans gone over 1,000 yards like 27 seasons in a row? Seriously. What is the...
Last year he got 1255.
Mike Evans, the last time Mike Evans did not...
Never.
Go for 1,000 yards.
No, the answer is never. He's 10 for 10.
When he didn't play. 2013.
Yeah, he was in grade school.
He was in college.
Yeah.
Mike Evans has been in the league since 2014. He's never not gotten 1,000 yards. There was one year where he got 1,001.
Score it.
Count it.
And he had one year where he had 1,006.
Right. Yep.
I'm just going to say this as we move on down the list. Mike Evans, Hall of Famer.
Probably.
10 years of 1,000 or more, and he's got 94 touchdowns.
And led the league last year in touchdown catches.
He's going to the Hall.
2013 at A&M, catching passes from Johnny Manziel.
There you go.
Probably had 1,000 yards.
I bet he did. I bet he did. Boy, that's something.
He probably has never played a football season and not had 1,000 yards. Going back to high school.
I would argue you're probably right. And boy, the dude is healthy. He has never played fewer than 13 games in a season. ever.
Yeah, through college, you're right.
Yeah.
Both years.
That's awesome.
13 games, 1,100 yards.
Get his high school numbers and get back to me.
1,400 sophomore.
That's awesome.
Thank
All
you.
right. Number 9.
Got to be him.
Stephon Diggs, Houston Texans.
Down from 6 in last year's poll.
Yes, that's correct.
Which this is an interesting one because he should be a top 5 or top 6 guy, but he's so mercurial.
Well, yeah.
Enigmatic.
He's complicated.
He is.
I
wanted to go with mercurial.
He's a wide receiver is what he is. He didn't make the documentary because it would have only been allowed to watch it late at night.
I got you.
Okay. All right. We've arrived at number 10.
Okay.
Did he make the list or not? It is time to unveil the number 10 wide receiver in the NFL, according to execs, scouts, and coaches, and Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.
Good drum roll.
That is a really good, high-priced drum roll. Number 10, Brandon Aiyuk, San Francisco 49ers.
There you go. Apparently, he won a tiebreaker with Cooper Kupp thanks to his breakout season last year.
How do you break the tie?
I don't know, because he had a breakout season and Cooper Kupp was injured.
Because it's just like his
highest
name
ranking
starts
was,
with B and
his
Cooper
highest
starts
ranking
with
was
C?
3. I don't know. He was ranked 3rd on this baby. Aiyuk has come a long way from starting his career in the doghouse.
Highest ranking means the highest that any individual in the poll ranked him.
Okay.
His lowest ranking was unranked. And last year he was unranked. So there it is. Brandon Aiyuk. Someone thinks he's the 3rd best wide receiver in the league.
An NFL personnel evaluator said, premier route runner with open field juice.
Oh, I do like the word juice.
I do too.
It works in a lot of different ways.
That's a pretty sweet comment. If I'm Aiyuk, I walk into John Lynch's office and say, hey, people are saying I'm a premier route runner with open field juice. How about you pay me?
All right. Honorable mention. Those who did not make the list but came damn close. Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel, Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Nico Collins, Amari Cooper, and DJ Moore. And then in the others receiving votes category. So not close, but they got mentioned. They got some votes here and there. DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, Calvin Ridley, T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, George Pickens, Chris Olave, Michael Pittman Jr., DeAndre Hopkins, and Cortland Sutton.
Before we circle back to number 5, I do think it's interesting that in that list of honorable mentions, you had Waddle, Smith, and Collins. They all just signed deals this offseason, as did Michael Pittman Jr. And so if this list is any indicator of what people think about receivers, Brandon Aiyuk is ahead of all those guys, ahead of Waddle, Smith, Nico Collins, and Michael Pittman Jr. on this list.
Right, but he's behind Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
On this list. Let's see. He's behind Tyreek Hill.
Justin Jefferson, who got a deal.
Set the market 2 years ago at 30, and he's still well behind Tyreek Hill. CeeDee Lamb has not signed yet. What's the Jamar Chase situation?
I was about to ask you.
He's a year earlier than Brandon, I think, right? I think Jamar is not extension eligible till next offseason, I think.
I think he's extension eligible because he's played 3 years.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that they're going to do it now. I thought that he wanted to get an extension.
Well, who doesn't?
I know.
You know what I mean? So, okay. Now, why did we file Devonte Smith, dinosaur birthday party thrower, over here on the side? Now,
Devonte Adams.
Sorry, what did I call him?
Smith.
Yeah, that's the different Devonte.
Yeah.
Spelled differently, too. Devonte Adams, Las Vegas Raiders. Now, this may just be silly social media stuff, but hey, let's check in on it. There's a Twitter site called @49er Sports Talk, and it is suggesting or reporting that there is a rumor starting to circulate that with the trade request from Brandon Aiyuk, the Las Vegas Raiders are interested. And why would they be interested? Well, wide receiver is, I guess, a position of need for them. Certainly a young wide receiver would be a position of need for them. They are also not in win-now mode. Devonte Adams is very much a win-now player, and Devonte Adams has also spent the last handful of days on Netflix torching the situation without even realizing it. He just was mic'd up, and so his feelings during games have now been put on a national platform for all of us to see and hear, and it sounds like Devonte Adams is both in pain and not very happy with life without Aaron Rodgers. So, be that what it is.
Right. Just quick aside, 10 seconds of watching the documentary, the amount of punishment that these guys take, and by these guys, I mean all football players. I need to remind myself when we get into the season about when somebody's like out with this injury or out with that injury, the things that these guys go through to even go out there and play. Devonte Adams, he's getting absolutely demolished.
Absolutely demolished. And who does he mainly blame?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Let's go live to Mark Grandy in the other room with this Devonte Adams update.
I'm just going to play what he said on receiver. Here it is.
That's 4 F-bombs in one soundbite.
F out of here before I lose my life. Like, if I'm the Raiders GM, I'm like, oh, wow, did anybody see this show?
Well, he came there to play with his college buddy, his college quarterback, who was traded the year after he got there. So, and he was left with Aiden O'Connell and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy Garoppolo, right. And so now Jimmy Garoppolo's gone, and so it's okay to put it on Netflix, but it's not like the Warriors, the Raiders have figured out their quarterback situation. They've got Gardner Minshew now.
The shoe.
Right? But if you're ranking quarterback situations, just situations in the NFL right now, I'm sorry, Spadone, right? Good morning. The Raiders are way down on that list. They're going to be south of 25 if you're ranking just quarterback situations, like who's got it figured out? Well, not them. So if I'm Devonte Adams and I'm north of 30 years old, but I'm still phenomenal, and I've only got a year left on my deal, would I be open to getting the hell out of there? You'd think. So it was a fun rumor yesterday for people to start playing with, and you even brought it up, Terry McLaurin. Like, let me back up a sec. Brandon Ayuk's not getting traded. That's my position. But if we're going to go down this road, and let's say the 49ers are like, hey, if you're going to be this mad, there's nothing in this for us either. We can play hardball with you, but by the same token, does that help us? We need someone to be our top target opposite Deebo Samuel and George Kittle this year. And if you're going to mess around and not do it, maybe we should look at finding someone else to do it. So the Terry McLaurin thing gets played with, but the number one reason I would sort of reject that is that Terry McLaurin's got multiple years left on his deal at well over $20 million per year. And so that would not work for the 49ers, I believe.
Right.
Because you're acquiring McLaurin for Brandon and then probably kicking Deebo out the door after the year also. I don't want to lose both of them. I'm not into that. Well, so what about this proposal?
Well, Devonte does have 2 more years on his deal, but you can get out for 15.7 is the dead cap number.
All right. So the report says the Raiders are interested. The only thing it says, they're interested in Aiyuk, and any deal would include Devonte Adams. Now, if the Niners have flexibility to get out from underneath that after this year when Purdy needs an extension, but Super Bowl is like absolutely imperative this year. I know you've got to go through the whole learn a new system thing or whatnot, but Devonte is as cerebral as they come. He's as talented as they come. He is a phenomenal receiver. I know you start playing the whole 1-year game a little too much. All of that, you'd have to refigure it out, but it gives Pearsall another year. I'll put it this way. For fun internet rumors, I like this idea a lot more than I like Terry McLaurin.
Yes, he's a much better player, and there is the homecoming angle because he went to Palo Alto High School. Of course, Devonte Adams playing football with Jock Peterson. So there's that feel-good angle. And also the idea that you could get out from underneath the contract after just 1 year. I don't think you'd want to keep, 33, 34-year-old Devonte. He's making 35.6, not this year, but next year. So that's a contract that you wouldn't want to be a part of. But you're in a Super Bowl or bust window. So can you go from Brandon Aiyuk, who you really like, and get a replacement who is probably even a little bit better? He's a guy who will go out there and be a willing blocker, and a guy who could be your key X receiver in an offense that obviously thrives with Brandon Aiyuk being that guy. And this guy could go out there and dominate for you for a year, and then you could part ways.
I will also add that, and this is prior to anything Brandon Aiyuk related, this is just Devonte Adams. Due to what we're hearing on Netflix, and due to just what I think is, I guess I'd call common sense, which is that you look at the Raiders situation with Carr not there, with what happened last year, with Mahomes and Herbert both in the division, Devonte being there doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now. Like, you don't have a good quarterback. You're not in position to win now. You're Devonte Adams. You're 31 years old. And now you're on Netflix being like, get me the bleep out of here. So obviously there's going to be all kinds of speculation and rumors, and there has been for a number of weeks now. His agent did go on social media and call trade rumors, quote, baseless, unfounded speculation.
Yeah.
Add that into the conversation.
I'm sure it is that until it's not. And, if I'm the Raiders and I'm looking at my situation, would I rather have Brandon Aiyuk for the next 3 or 4 years, or Devonte Adams, a guy who clearly is, if you watch the documentary, not thrilled with being an Oakland Raider, and you're going to have to pay him a ton if you decide to keep him at the end of this year. His cap hit is $44 million for each of the next 2 years. Or you get Brandon Aiyuk in, and he's younger and much more affordable, and you have a chance to maybe start your rebuild out there in the desert.
The remainder of the quote is, Devonte is expected to be with the Raiders as there has been absolutely no trade talk, double dash, period.
Okay.
Yeah. Expected is the only word I saw there.
Yes, of course. He's expected. He's under contract.
Right.
And the cap hit is 25.3. So I don't think that Devontae's going to hold out.
No. I mean, remember when Jordan Poole was expected to spend the next 4 years with the Warriors?
Correct.
And then played for the Wizards 3 days later? So I don't know what's going to happen here. And I will circle back to my point. The Niners are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. They're not trading Brandon Aiyuk. They don't have to trade Brandon Aiyuk. The only way they would get there is if they, I don't know what Kyle Shanahan really feels deep in the DNA about Brandon Aiyuk. I think that today is actually a good day to let's moonwalk a little bit back to before the draft. And the 49ers, and this is very Shanahan-esque, right? Look at the situation. We don't want to pay 2 wide receivers north of $25 million. If that's your premise, look at the way Kyle Shanahan and the Niners handled it. Well, we'll trade Brandon or Debo. Let's take calls on both of them. And we'll extend Brandon and then cut Debo next year. Or we won't extend Brandon and we'll keep Debo. It's very Shanahan-esque, who many have accused of being so arrogant in his play calling that he's like, I could do this with Debo. I could do this with Brandon. I can draft Ricky Pearsall and do it with him. We can do it with anyone. And whether that's true or not is not even the point of today. I think it gives us a little bit of some education about what he might be thinking right now and why the Niners won't budge that much in these contractual talks, because they're like, somewhere in their DNA, they believe they can do this without him.
Yes, and I also think that in their DNA, they are steadfast about not paying 2 wide receivers more than $20 million a year. And that is something that they don't have to do right away. Even if you give Brandon Aiyuk 4 years and $100 million, 45 of which is guaranteed, that doesn't kick in until next year. So his cap number this year would go down. You play out this year, and then you can decide what to do with your wide receiver room then, and you can either cut Debo, trade Brandon Aiyuk, or swallow hard, and you will end up paying two guys more than $20 million.
I mean, so I guess what I'm saying is that the only way they end up trading is if in their heart of hearts they're like, okay, we don't think Brandon is imperative or irreplaceable, and then B, and this is the most under-discussed point of all of this speculation, what is somebody giving us in return? The 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk are very much like the Utah Jazz and Lauri Markkanen. Sure, call us. What's your offer? Oh, you don't want to give us 28 draft picks? Well, then we're not biting right now. Sorry. Call us when you're ready to talk. The Niners have all the cards, and I bet they would trade Brandon Aiyuk if somebody wanted to call with a 1 and a 2.
Well, they were open to it back in April in the NFL draft.
Exactly.
So I wonder how many teams called. We have pretty good idea that Pittsburgh called back then, and Washington, I'm sure, has been calling. Jaden Daniels has probably encouraged them to call.
Well, he wasn't even a commander yet.
But subsequently they've probably called.
Yes.
And I'm sure teams are still calling, and I would imagine on this day, July 17th, the report came out yesterday that he's requested a trade. So if you're another team in the NFL, you're probably calling, hey, how'd that request for a trade go? Are you guys open to accepting, to obliging that request? Because
no.
I mean,
no.
We got
I'm sorry. What are you offering?
We got Terry McLaurin. I don't know if you've seen him. Good receiver, solid receiver.
That doesn't fit our cap. If we wanted to pay a receiver, we'll just pay Brandon.
But apparently you don't want to pay a receiver. So,
well, I mean,
what are you going to do, hot shot? You going to pay them both? You going to have a disgruntled number 11 on your squad this year?
We've got a really good receiving core under contract right now, and we're ready to play football in September.
I look forward to seeing that.
Yeah. Us too. Remember when we kicked your butt last year? We're going to do it again this year too.
Do we even play them this year?
I don't know. Do the Niners play the Commanders? I don't think they do.
No, they don't.
No.
But they do play. They play Vegas in a preseason game, August 23rd. What uniform will Devonte Adams be wearing?
A polo and jeans.
Good call.
A polo and jeans.
Neither. Good call.
He ain't wearing a uniform that day. Look, the phrase that his agent uses, baseless, unfounded speculation. You could name all of our shows that. So the
whole business,
right? I mean, that's what we're sitting here having fun and talking about scenarios and sure, they're unlikely to happen, but the only way the 49ers trade this guy is if I think that it's really kind of three things. One, they're really not that into him. Would have to be number one. Number two would be they truly believe he's going to cause problems into the season, like locker room problems. And then three, somebody gives him an unbelievable offer. The funniest report that I continually see out there is when people go, there are other teams willing to pay Brandon what he's asking for contractually. That's a great portion of the report, but that's got nothing to do with where the 49ers are like, great. I'm glad Washington has $29 million for Brandon Aiyuk. So what? What are you going to give us to give you Brandon Aiyuk? He's not a free agent.
Of course. Now, would you do if you were in the John Lynch seat and Vegas called and said, look, Devonte Adams, I don't know if you've seen the documentary on Netflix, but man, the things he said, he wants to get the F out of here. And I feel him, and we kind of want to get him the F out of here too. We don't want to pay him as much money as he's going to be owed over the next few years, and we don't want to have him just get cut for nothing. How about we give you Devonte? You give us Brandon, straight up. No picks.
God, no.
Player for player.
No.
Mano y mano.
No.
No. You don't want to upgrade an instant upgrade to your wide receiver room in a Super Bowl window?
How much of an upgrade? I mean, even if we go by this list, we go from 10 to 5.
That's a big upgrade.
That's not that big of an upgrade.
Devonte Adams is a better wide receiver right now than Brandon Aiyuk.
He is a better wide receiver than Brandon Aiyuk.
For this upcoming season, he is better.
He might be a better wide receiver than Brandon's ever going to be.
Right.
That's entirely possible.
So you would expect Vegas to attach some sort of a pick alongside with him?
Well, first of all, you're already lining up. You said Devontae's got 2 years left on his deal, right?
He's got 3, but the out is after this year.
Okay.
It's an $18 million cap hit if and when you cut him.
I don't want to pay $18 million and throw it into the wind.
15.7.
I don't want to pay 15.7 and throw it into the wind. I've got Brandon Aiyuk controlled for the next 3 years for way less than what you've got Devonte controlled for the next 3 years. Plus, your next 3 years of Devonte are all age 30-something years, and Brandon's are all age 20-something years. This is not player for player.
Well, you're not thinking about Devonte Adams for 3 years. It's a 1 year deal.
Well,
so you're paying him 25. You're really paying him $40 million for 1 year. You owe him 25.3. The dead cap is an additional 15.7. So for $41 million, you get 1 year Devonte Adams. Or
how about Brandon for 14? That's what I'll take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brandon
and then full flexibility after it to do whatever the hell we need to do. We can still talk extension with him and cut Debo. We can franchise tag him and play another year together. We got all
you're not going to franchise tag him.
Why not?
Because it's not what you do.
But what
Niners,
they have,
Robbie Gould, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
You tagged a kicker.
I mean, look, circumstances arrive. You're right. We don't want to, but we will if we have to.
Yeah, see, I would call that bluff, honestly.
Oh, God. It's not a bluff.
It's a total bluff.
How?
They don't do that. They don't ever use the franchise tag.
They will.
And I get that they're allowed to borrow your phrase.
And they will.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think they're going to because I don't think it's going to get to that. But the question is, would they? Sure they would. You don't think the Niners will play hardball?
No.
Niners will play hardball.
I don't.
The Niners do play hardball. They're playing it
Not
right
with
now.
the franchise tag, though. And they've never really done that outside of with the kicker.
Fun conversation today.
Yeah.
Let's do the Fast Five. That's right. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And what happens right now is we will go around the room, in both rooms, and have everybody give final thoughts. I think we should start with Joe Spadoni and give your final thoughts on today's show that you probably heard none of.
So I'm sure you guys talked about U.S. men's national team, the soccer team, and their new interest in their head coach. Mauricio, help me out here, Dibs, as a fellow not Italian.
Pochettino?
Pochettino.
Nice. My guy. Dubon. It's pronounced Dubon. Mauricio Dubon.
World Series champion, obviously, Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah,
Houston Astros.
Yeah.
That's who U.S. men's national team has their sights set on after getting spurned by Jurgen Klopp. Dibs, your thoughts?
It's a shame. It's unfortunate because we've done well with Jurgen's with the national team.
Klinsmann.
Thank you. Klinsmann was there, but anything but Berhalter is kind of my motto for the coaching.
Hashtag Berhalter is out.
Thank you. There you go.
Mark Randy with a C. Hi.
All-Star game is come and gone. I hope the next All-Star game, they switch back to their old jerseys where the players get to wear the jerseys of their teams that they actually play on instead of these terrible, ugly jerseys that Nike and Fanatics puts together. I'm sure, I don't know how you guys feel the jerseys that they wore yesterday. Terrible, ugly. I love to see like Elliot Ramos getting announced, Logan Webb getting announced, and them wearing those beautiful Giants jerseys. I want that back. And according to a report, the MLB is considering that for next year's All-Star game. I hope they go back to that old style starting next year.
I think everybody agrees with you. I saw that everywhere. Everybody was turned off by those jerseys. I was turned off by the way Logan Webb looked in the jersey as well.
They were vomitous.
Three runs in one inning. I'll go next. If you really care about the outcome of Team USA in the upcoming Olympics, get yourself ready to not care. I got a bad feeling about this. And I know that, it's just exhibition, blah, blah, blah. What was the final score against Australia? They won by
8.
They won by 6 or something like that.
Gutsy little effort.
They're huge favorites against Serbia right now.
15.5.
And they are up by 9, but just still like the look of it, Dibs are just not that good. Steph Curry scored 3 the other day. Is that what he scored 3?
He has 18 in the first half already here.
Okay, great. Yeah. Great. Steph Curry's going off and they're not putting Serbia away. It's Nikola Jokic and 4 people playing again. I'm just telling you, they don't look great.
Nikola and the Four Serbs sounds like a rock band.
I like it. I'd listen to them.
Yeah, they're playing better since you started disparaging them.
It's true. Would have been better if I'd gone first. They were only
probably
up by like 4. But
I know
anyway, go ahead.
We're getting to be up against it. Big weekend for golf. Open Championship from Royal Troon starts tonight. But the real event is the Barracuda at Old Greenwood up there in Truckee. I have mixed emotions because I just played there this past Saturday, and I was so terrible. I mean, really, really bad. And then you watch what these guys, the pros, are going to do to that course, and it's going to make me feel even worse.
Yeah.
Because they're going to go out there and shoot 62, 63 from the back tees. I'm playing from the middle tees, and shooting a 99. Wow. So go get them, fellas, at the Barracuda at Old Greenwood.
Set up pro conditions. It's always fun to play a course when it's set up for pro conditions and realize, oops, I am nowhere near as good as I thought I was.
No, like, do me a favor, cut the rough. Can't even find my ball on that thing.
You know what's coming up next on the game? This is wacky. It's Bonte and Joe, everybody, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure.
All right. Let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, for Spadone. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
All this week, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
Dude, that's embarrassing.
It'll be Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10.
I am as wide awake as you could possibly be right now.
Devonte and Shasky from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay, where's Shasky? We're talking about tomorrow's show.
My time is my
He's
time.
already getting a haircut somewhere.
And Steiny and Guru from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Great to see you. Great to see it. Great. Congrats. Good play. Hey.
All brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity internet.
Look, it is a gangster party. It is a gangster party.
I do love this beat, though.
I love the beat. I love it. It's great.
So
all-time classic.
Right?
You could be Pac.
Yeah.
I'll be Snoop.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to live till I'm 80. Smoke all the weed in the world. But you know what?
A picture perfect.
Spinoni, you know what to do. Give me the meat. Oh, baby! Welcome to Brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game. As the lineups are all jacked up this week, we'll let it is from 6 to 10. Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6. Presented by our great friends at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. You know, if you call it to the roast, you better bring it. Just ask Javier in Vacaville. Because if you don't, you're getting flushed straight down the toilet. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What is up, roasters? What is up, everybody? Shasky and Bonte again, 2 to 10. It is a Wednesday afternoon. Happy hump day. Hump day. We got all of that. We're going to get into Joe Lacob because we didn't really touch on Joe Lacob yesterday. We're rolling on Brandt and Aiyuk. Brandt and Aiyuk, what's the latest with him? We got sound from David Lombardi, who joined Willard and Divs this morning. Anthony Slater joined Willard and Divs this morning to talk a little bit about the Golden State Warriors.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
Oh, yeah. Shasky, what's happening, man? All-Star game yesterday. It was just a bore. I'm not going to lie.
888-957-9570. Is Logan Webb the new Atlee Hammaker?
He is. Or the new Sean Estes.
Wasn't that bad.
Do you even know what I'm referencing, Lubman? Because
yes, I'm referencing the Atlee Hammaker grand slam he allowed to Freddie Lynn in the 1984 All-Star game at, I believe, Candlestick. Don't come out with
Look at you.
That's checking somebody.
1984.
He just checked you.
That's king on king violence right there.
It's a wrap.
Oh, you're a king now? Oh, you're a king now? But I got to say.
I think we're all kings, Bonte.
You know what? This is where.
What's that?
That's a good point, Lubman. I got to say, I wish we had cameras like the Levitar show on
too.
our guys on Spinoni and Lubman. Because I got to say, man, and I'm going to say #pause. #no Diddy. Give me the meat. No. I'm not asking for anybody's meat.
Dude, that guy was down and out the last couple days.
Why?
Steiny.
Why is he down and out?
His whole chi is thrown off.
Oh, well.
You know, you want to talk about jacked up? Guru is happy as a clam. I don't even know where that originated, but happy as a clam. Steiny, a little melancholy.
Wow. But I got to say, Lubman's walking around here. You want to talk about guys who look like workout warriors?
Uh-huh.
I mean, physical specimens.
Yeah.
I don't think Lubman has more than 5% of body fat.
He kicked the door open this morning and came waltzing through, hair just flowing, like he was ready to be a part of like the Intercontinental Championship matchup tonight.
He does look a little Mr. Perfect-y. He looks like Mr. Perfect a bit.
I go, dude, you look like you're ready to throw someone through like a folding chair.
I mean, my guy looks like a Greek goddess.
Well,
Greek god. Excuse me, Greek god.
But the hair is gorgeous.
He might be non-binary. We don't know.
Hercules, maybe.
Great save there.
Yeah,
Great save. Greek god.
No, we're he, him over here.
Greek god.
Got our pronouns.
Greek god over here. Lubman looks phenomenal.
What is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
We're jacked up.
Before we move on to actual sports, the reason clams are happy is when the tide is high, clams are free from attacks from predators. So that's why they're happy.
Huh.
It's
like, oh, I'm happy. I don't need to be eaten.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
On my list of shellfish, I've got crab #1. I've got lobster #2. This is on the top of my head. I've got oysters #3. I do love oysters because you can have them raw or
grilled.
Yeah, I love them barbecue with some hot sauce.
Go to the Marshall store, Bodega Bay. Marshall store.
Good. And then I would go clams, mussels. What do we think? Is that a good?
It's a great list.
Is that a great list?
If you want to make clams, mussels #1, I'm cool with that.
No,
if you want to make them #3, make them that.
Crab's one.
Crab is
Did you have scallop on there? I missed it.
Scallops.
I'm putting scallops
jumps into the top
Scallops
three.
are great.
Scallops jumps into the top 3.
Damn, and I'm a sucker for seafood, and it costs so damn much money. I mean, I just went to PPQs the other day.
Oh, so good.
Shout out Millbrae PPQs.
I'm going to go to Bodega Bay, hopefully this weekend. We're going to do some stuff up the Russian River.
You go to the Marshall store?
Oh, come on, Doug. the place that my wife likes to go, I think it's called Old Salt or Salt Water or something.
I know what you're talking about.
It's on the way to the Cypress Tree Tunnel. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, it's you get across the bridge, you hang a left, you go toward the ocean, and it's God, it's so incredible out there.
So now somebody on the 650 extended mobile text line, London. I don't know, London. You better fact check because 650 said correction. Atlee Hamburger gave up a Grand Slam in Chicago, Comiskey Park in 1983, not 1984 at Candlestick.
That might be
okay.
correct.
If that's the part I get wrong, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I got the Atlee Hamburger, Freddie Lynn Grand Slam part
he is right about that. I thought it was 84. I could be wrong, too.
I could be wrong, too. I don't know. My years are mixed up now. I'm getting older. Now that I'm getting older,
now
I'm realizing
that. In 1962, someone was blown off the 61.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Oh, no. Is that Priest?
Priest never calls us.
I love Priest.
We stole 49er Frankie from Guru yesterday. Can we steal Priest?
He hasn't called in a minute. We miss Priest. He had a hard time dealing with the passing of Willie Mays. So we're thinking about you still, Priest.
Wow.
Yeah.
Priest. Oh, no.
We're thinking about a lot of people.
Yeah, no doubt.
You and a lot of
you're
people.
wearing a cool shirt today. Willie Mays, King Griffey Jr., and Barry Bonds. But real quick before you start, I'm seeing it on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance and got the dealer. I'm loving this spot right now, 10-2. This is like home for me. This is where I started, basically 12-3, then 10-2.
I'm a little out of my element.
Yeah, you are. But Dan Dibley, I hear, is loving
he looks happy.
The mornings.
He looks happy.
Does he want to be a third wheel on the morning roast? Or is there enough room for him?
I mean, if you are willing to pay me the same and ask me to do a little less, I think I'm in for that.
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
Listen. I've always had to watch. I don't get paid by the word, so it's all good. You want me to scale back a little bit?
You would think with how you hog the mic.
You want me to scale back a little bit and throw the ball only 15 times a game or go full Jimmy G in the NFC Championship? I could go do that.
Does that make me Tevin Coleman? And in this scenario, Dibbs comes in and he becomes the heat monster?
I live my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career.
Speaking of
every game, I get up.
I'm telling you right now, if it's on the table, it's probably not. And this is like pipe dream central as we smoke the peace pipe here. If it's on the table, I'm taking Devonte Adams, even if he's older, all day over Brandon Aiyuk. If that is a trade that is willing to happen, do that all day.
All right. So there's a rumor out there on Twitter, and this is why I want to get Q on. Lubman told me, goes, look, the rumor is so ridiculous. I don't think it's even worth debunking the rumor. We don't know anything right now. I've seen no Raider fans or no Raider beat writers, I should say, bring up the fact that Devonte Adams is on the table for Brandon Aiyuk. Because as much as I love Brandon Aiyuk, I mean, I would be interested to hear what football fan or what 49er fan would not do a deal for Devonte Adams for Brandon Aiyuk. Hell, Brandon Aiyuk would even say, yeah, the 49ers should do that deal. Brandon Aiyuk would say that. Yeah, they should trade me for Devonte Adams.
He'd give you the red zone threat that you haven't had basically since Anquan Bolden left in terms of a wide receiver who could split out and high point a ball in traffic. Now, Aiyuk does a great job getting open. He's had some really dynamic catches in the end zone. Like the one against Philadelphia, I think we forgot. That throw from Purdy wasn't perfect. It was a good spot on where he threw it because he threw away from the defender. Aiyuk making the adjustment, catching it at his ankles, dropping the way he did was unbelievable.
What about
Devontae's just a different player.
Yeah, he's a different beast.
He's a very different player.
I was going to add on to Brandon Aiyuk. What about the play that Kyle Shanahan did not want Brock Purdy to basically construct the Seattle game on Thanksgiving night? When there was like 4 defenders around Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy threads a needle. Boom, Brandon Aiyuk. Boom, touchdown. Pittsburgh Steelers, quick slant, score a touchdown. Boom. There you go.
They're both separation monsters.
Yeah, Detroit game. We forget about the quick slant on 3rd and 5. Yeah. Remember 3rd and 5? When we were like, oh my God, are they not going to score a touchdown here? Brock Purdy's looking. As Aiyuk runs a perfect slant, boom, touchdown. So Aiyuk has become a red zone threat, but yeah, he's not Devonte Adams. Devonte Adams is different. He's on a different level. He's one
of the few that you would trade him for, right?
Exactly.
There's not many.
I mean, who are you trading Brandon Aiyuk for?
Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
Right? Like you're talking about money's not a factor.
It's just straight player for player.
Even though Tyreek is not the greatest human being, I'd probably do it for Tyreek is unbelievable.
He's unbelievable.
Right?
It's Tyreek and Devo.
I'm going to throw Jamar Chase in there. Some people might not. I watched Jamar Chase at Levi's. He's a special player.
They came out of halftime.
He's a special player.
They ran a back shoulder fade with T. Higgins, incomplete. They ran it to the next play.
Very close.
I mean, they're close, but Jamar Chase is special.
So we're talking about a couple of guys.
We're talking about a couple guys.
Jefferson. I personally would take Amon-Ra St. Brown over Aiyuk, but I'm not mad at someone. Like, we're splitting hairs. They're very close. But I could see why someone else would take Aiyuk. I'm leaning Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'd probably take, even though he's more of a malcontent in the locker room by all reports, I'm probably taking A.J. Brown over Brandon Aiyuk. Although there is something about being a good teammate, and I don't think AJ's the greatest teammate when things go wrong.
And the production is not, it's not far off from where Aiyuk produced last year. We're splitting hairs because
we are splitting. We're talking about 4 or 5 guys.
Right. Aiyuk made a second team All-Pro. There's 6 wide receivers who make the All-Pro teams, first and second team. So at worst, if you want to say, well, Aiyuk, he's not a top 10 wide receiver. Well, the NFL told you he's one of the top 6 receivers.
Yes.
And if he's number 6, damn it, we got the number 6 receiver in the league? So you're telling me we got the number 6 wide receiver in the league, one of the top 5 tight ends, the best running back, one of the top playmakers in Deebo Samuel, the best left tackle. I mean, what else? Brock Purdy? And I've seen all these top 10 lists. This is where we get a little goofy.
He's not even in
the
any
NFL.
of them.
These top 10 lists, people are just like, no problem whatsoever not putting Brock Purdy. Like, I keep seeing Justin Herbert top 5. I'm like, I need to see it, especially this year. Spinoni sees him twice a year. Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got all the tools, right?
Yeah.
But you saw him at Cal. Yeah. I mean, Oregon. Now, he's gotten better since the Oregon days, but he's done nothing yet.
Well, and the other guy that in the 650 is texting us in right now, I have an infatuation with big, strong guys. DK Metcalf is someone I would absolutely take over Aiyuk. Though I also acknowledge DK is a hothead. And on a team where we're going to spread the ball around, what would DK's demeanor be like if he didn't get the big bulk of the looks in a game that they're losing? And we know how he is. But that's also baked into Devonte now. We're now learning that about Devonte Adams.
You know what's crazy about DK? I remember the draft.
I wanted
him and Debo. We had a conversation. I was going to a watch party at Nick's Crispy Tacos, and I was like, Shasky, I don't want DK. I want Debo. I was screaming for Deebo Samuel during that draft.
The 3-cone drill. Remember when everyone said about DK? The 3-cone drill. I said there were 3 players in that draft I would take in the top 5. Kyler, Bosa, and DK.
DK was great.
Not bad.
DK was great.
Not bad.
I mean, Kyler and DK, I mean, a lot of people, I was thinking, what if the Niners had the number 1 pick that year? Like, if we want to get goopy with hypotheticals.
If
they had the number 1 pick, would the Niners have selected Kyler over Nick Bosa?
I think Kyler would have been dynamic in a let me do the stretch play action, sprint back out boot stuff that Kyle loves to do.
Now, you think about Aiyuk's year last season.
God, can you imagine what that would look like?
I know. I've thought about it a lot. And he could play all the Call of Duty he wants to. We got EA Sports right down the road.
Could you imagine?
Hell, we could build you an apartment at EA Sports, Kyler, in Silicon Valley. All good.
The defense is out on the field, and instead of a blue tent, we've got like a red tent for him to play Call of Duty.
Live, with the internet, Wi-Fi, and everything. We can do it all. But DK's been special. He's been really, really good. The most yards he's ever had this season is 1303. Aiyuk eclipsed that last year. Hell, the last 2 years, Aiyuk's had more receiving yards than DK Metcalf.
Does anyone think that Seattle has been a more dynamic offense just in general?
No, they haven't.
And
they haven't.
Geno Smith,
they haven't. They
maybe
haven't.
I'm downplaying Geno.
They haven't. They haven't. CeeDee Lamb and it's funny. Somebody's 6'8" too. It's in the mobile text line.
And CeeDee and Aiyuk are splitting hairs.
So look, check this out. So Dallas was number 1 in pass attempts last year. They which is crazy. Maybe they were behind in some games. I don't remember every one of their games. But they attempted 37 passes per game last year. 37 and a half, but really 37. What, a half a pass attempt? What is that?
I don't know.
The Niners, exactly. Niners were 30th, right? With 30 pass attempts per game. So I'm looking at CeeDee Lamb, and I've been monitoring this because trust me, when CeeDee Lamb was in the draft, and I remember Guru, somebody actually did, I remember Guru to this day during that draft. The Niners, it was a Bugatti and CeeDee Lamb, and they got, what did he call Brandon Aiyuk? The Chrysler 300. Called him the Chrysler 300, right? But you look at the last 43 regular season games that both of these guys have played. CeeDee Lamb has had 400 targets in the last 43 regular season games. Aiyuk has had 280 targets. 120 less targets, fewer targets than CeeDee Lamb. 196 receptions for Aiyuk. 282
But wouldn't you say that when you're game planning a defense to stop the Dallas Cowboys, it starts with CeeDee Lamb?
No doubt.
Because at least the last few years.
Right.
Because I don't think Tony Pollard scared people that much, and I don't think that their tight end or their opposite wide receiver. Yeah. And maybe I'm misreading this, but
I'm fascinated because Dallas throws the ball a lot more than the 49ers.
They do.
And CeeDee has 3,600 receiving yards. Aiyuk has 3,042. In an offense where we take a lot of calls, and you could argue that maybe he's the fourth option on a given Sunday.
Would the Dallas Cowboys trade CeeDee Lamb straight up for Aiyuk?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But would the Niners trade Aiyuk straight up for CeeDee Lamb?
See, that I don't think so either. I think this is one of those similar situations where both teams feel good about the player that they have.
And we're talking about a first-team All-Pro with CeeDee Lamb, and we're talking about a second-team All-Pro with Brandon Aiyuk. So Aiyuk is somewhere in the middle. We're going to get to all the sound, what he said on the Pivot podcast. And, one thing we missed yesterday, we're going back and forth, because we all want the same thing. We all want the damn Super Bowl. And I don't, for the people who, let's just get rid of Aiyuk, he's crying. We know what it's like to have first-round picks at the wide receiver position. It hasn't always worked out. Second-round picks hasn't always worked out. We finally got something that popped. We got the best duo at wide receiver. They've had a longer stretch than Bolden and Crabtree. T.O. and Jerry Rice, that was damn near 30 years ago. So we're coming to, what was it, 97, 98, 99, whatever it was? These guys, they've developed Aiyuk. He's become a baller. Now, we don't know about Ricky Pearsall. Hell, he's hurt right now. We don't even know what the injury is.
That was wild.
Right? We don't even know about Ricky Pearsall yet. So before we say, we got Ricky Pearsall, at one point we got Jalen Hurd. Oh, we got Dante Pettis. Well, we got Trent Taylor, Richie James Jr. Remember, people at Niners training camp was talking about, oh my God, the short area quickness of Trent Taylor. He's putting on the show in training camp. Then he almost dies on Thursday Night Football against the LA Rams, and we never heard from him ever again. Who, by the way, I think is on the roster right now. Trent Taylor.
Yeah,
is he back in camp?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Shanahan loves him. So I'm just not quick to give up Brandon Aiyuk, and hopefully they make some. But one thing we forgot yesterday is that the Niners weren't just trying to trade Brandon Aiyuk or taking calls on Brandon Aiyuk. They were also taking calls on Deebo Samuel. And it kind of feels like Steph and Monte, right? Where the Warriors basically told the Bucks, have your pick. You want Steph, you want Monte. And the Bucks are like, well, Steph's got bad ankles. We're taking Monte. He's a borderline all-star. And the rest is history. It feels like the Niners basically did the same thing this offseason. It was like, we're not really interested in trading either of these guys, but we will listen to not only Brandon Aiyuk, but also Deebo Samuel.
Well, I think that they've looked at it, and I feel like their assessment of team building is, well, we've got McCaffrey under contract probably for 2 years. We're looking at 2 years. Beyond that, who knows? 2 years. Kittle, 2 years. We can bite the bullet, and that'll cost you about $30 to $35 million for those two players. But we got to get cheaper on the outside. Whether that's one or both of those guys going, we've got to get cheaper. Every move they've made in this offseason, to me, screams that they were shopping one, if not both of those guys, right? You bring back Jennings. You bring back Trent Taylor. You draft 2 wide receivers. You're dangling these guys. There's lots of reports. You're telling basically Deebo Samuel, yeah, we did field calls about you. So to me, they're telling me that as a business model, they have set themselves up to try to move off those guys and their price tag because they know that they have to get cheaper out there.
Yep. And it also tells me this, Shasky, is that they were willing to live life without either one of these guys.
I think so.
Push came to shove. So when it comes to who do the 49ers value more, Deebo or Aiyuk or Kittle or McCaffrey, what told me that they value both, but they were willing to trade both. So what is the importance of Deebo? What is the importance of Brandon Aiyuk? Forget the receiver doc where they're like, half our gameplay with Deebo Samuel. Well, is that the case? Why are you fielding calls on Deebo? Just to get cheaper? Because if he's a baller, you figure out a way to keep that guy on your team.
Well, I think this goes back to like Eric Armstead. Do they like Eric Armstead? I think they do. But you get to a price point that is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah. And moving forward, as I start to move my money around, I can't just invest all in the downstairs bathroom. I only have so much money. I gotta put a little into some windows, and I gotta put a little into the closet or whatever. I'm just trying to use the house analogy. Yep. Like if you only have 100% of the of working capital, you can't spend 95% of it on the basement. Right. You got to have other rooms that you're taking care of. And so I think that they're looking at this and they're like, wow, we've got this big remodel of the kitchen, a.k.a. the Purdy contract, hovering over us. maybe instead of doing, 80% of our investment into the basement, we're going to spread some of that money around and we'll do 40% in the basement. Because I'm looking at it right now, like they went from being one of the highest paid defensive lines in the league. They're still a high paid defensive line, depending on how you break down Bosa's money. But they have gotten cheaper there. With the moving off of Eric Armstead's money, with the finally moving off of the D Ford money, like all of those things are starting to become an adaptation. They're changing how they do business, and I do think that CMC is a great example of how they've changed how they've done business. Before, we could put anyone at running back.
Right
now, I'm not so sure they feel that way.
Yeah, well, Jeff Wilson or Elijah Mitchell got hurt in that first game against Chicago. They were like, oh boy. Yeah, we need some explosiveness at the running back position. It was very apparent in week 1. Anyway, let's go to Big Al and Chico.
Hey, Big Al.
Big Al, what's happening, man? All the way up in Chico. What's going on?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
How you guys doing?
Man, I'm feeling great right now from 10 to 2. Sleeping
that's
great.
Awesome. So I got the perfect scenario for Brandon Aiyuk. I think that the Niners should trade him to one team and one team only, who supposedly really has been asking about him, the New England Patriots, for a #1 pick, a first-round pick, because that pick will probably most likely be a top 5 pick, and I think that Ricky Pearsall is going to be a total baller, like a Puka Nacua type.
Oh, boy.
And I think that would be the best scenario. If Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to take that $26 million contract that I heard that the Niners are.
Big Al, can I ask you, Big Al, real quick, Big Al, why do you think Ricky Pearsall could be a Puka Nacua?
Because he's a great route runner, about the same size, and good hands. And he's really wowing the coaches, I heard. So if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to do it, I mean, if you look at the Shanahan system, wide receivers excel. And
Puka Nacua just had the greatest rookie season in the history of the sport. Let's relax here. And Ricky Pearsall can't even practice next week. He's on the injured list.
I thought you flushed him because
when Spadoni does a flush, we have to do Meet the Parents where he's got disposable thumbs and we need a cat.
We got to know because you never know where Spadoni's head's at. You never know where his head's at.
But also, wide receivers under Shanahan.
I know. That's why I thought you flushed him.
Relax a little bit.
Because as we just mentioned, Dante Pettis on line 1. Richie James Jr. on line 2. By the way, Richie James Jr. had one of the greatest.
But what about what he did with Josh Gordon?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that was all
Julio Jones.
Look what he did with Pierre Garçon.
Yeah, Pierre Garçon.
What?
Julio Jones.
What?
Julio Jones is an all-time great before Shanahan even got there. Oh, please. Y'all was ready to run Mohamed Sanu out of town so quick.
He was like freaking, my dad's age when he showed up to the Niners.
Andre Johnson was a Hall of Famer the minute he stepped on the NFL field.
Andre Johnson is one of the greatest football players I've ever seen.
He was a Hall of Famer from the minute he left the Rose Bowl.
He made Matt Schaub look good.
He made him look
great.
Think
about that sentence.
He made him look great. Are you kidding me?
TJ Yates. There you go.
Was it Matt Schaub who threw a pick 6 in preseason for the Raiders on his first pass ever?
Never got to play again.
And I was like, I knew
Derek Carr was a rookie. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He was a Raider. I remember that.
He threw a pick 6. I believe it was the first drive. I thought it was the first pass.
It was against the Legion of Boom, I think, and then Derek Carr shredded them because Pete Carroll started all the Legion of Boom, and then Richard Sherman's like, this kid's good.
This kid's good. Yeah, no, he did. No, I do remember that.
First pass
I think I remember that. I do because I remember laughing like, oh my God, Matt Schaub, he's terrible. Oh man, that call was not good. I guess you need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain at FloydWater.net. Listen, man, disposable thumbs. Listen, I thought Spadoni flushed him for like 3 different reasons. I was like, wait, every receiver thrives under Shanahan. What have you been watching, sir? You know, so like Dante Pettis is on like his 15 right now. Pretty ironic in that Chicago game. It was Dante Pettis who made the big play that flipped that football game. Oh,
Shasky,
man.
apparently you're getting crushed on the Xfinity Mobile text line too because you said disposable thumbs. I think you meant opposable thumbs.
Oh, sorry. We talk for 20-something hours a week. I'm going to
put that on the Doobie
Apologies.
Award list, Dude, we got like so many Doobie Awards. We got to flesh out these categories.
I know.
Speaking of Doobie Awards, I know BPA is going to be up for a few awards.
Here it says.
Hi, how are you?
I did see a tweet from him responding to a certain tweet from our account. And he got like all these likes and stuff like that. It's like, geez, BPA, man.
So on his Wikipedia page, the Raiders traded their 2014 6th-round pick to the Texans for Schaub. He was benched to start the season in favor of Derek Carr, the rookie. And then on October 26, 2014, he made his first pass attempt as a Raider in the regular season. It was a botched fake field goal attempt that ended up in an interception.
Oh, my gosh.
He was released in March. I mean, if that is not...
So wait, his first pass attempt came on a fake field goal?
In a regular season game.
And
it was intercepted.
Seabass. Oh, man. When I think of Matt Schaub, for some reason, I always think of Matt Flynn. I have no idea
also
why.
a Raiders backup at one point. There you go.
I know. Oh, I know. Trust me. The Raiders. I miss going up to training camp in Napa. I'm not going to lie.
Gorgeous.
Silver and black. We talked to, who was the corner they signed from Miami? Sean Smith or Steve Smith?
Oh, yeah, no, Sean Smith.
Sean Smith.
Got cooked by Brandon Cooks against the Saints.
I remember doing that interview, Shasky, and I was like, man, why is he so angry? And I was kind of, when sometimes you're like, Bacha, you really think they listen? I was kind of like that, like with the old voice of the Raiders. Like, you think he listens? He goes, oh, I know he listens. He's angry. And we were like peppering him. Like it was like going back and forth. It was like Francesca and Russo talking to A-Rod. Why don't you just leave the Bronx? You don't really want to be a Yankee.
Sean Smith also about that life too.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with him. Let me shut the hell up about him.
Good off of
let me move on.
Him.
By the way, we love you so much here at 95.7 The Game, despite jacking up your schedules and like, where's Shasky? Where's Bonte at 6 in the morning? Well, we're here from 10 to 2. But we love you so much, and we feel so bad for you that we screwed up your schedule. We're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey this Friday. That's right. You want to listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibbs, 1:11 with Bonte and Shasky, with me and Shasky and I. It's kind of weird saying my name. And 5:11 with Steiny and Guru for your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Oh, we got more details on that. We got Brandt and Aiyuk stuff. We got Joe Lacob. I can't wait to get into Joe Lacob. Oh, boy, we're going to pivot to that. All-Star Game. Your thoughts on Logan Webb. 888-957-9570. Phone lines are wide open. Kind of like Kyle Juszczyk running down the sideline against Tennessee when a certain quarterback overthrew him. That's all coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Was that RJ Fairfield? Said fried chicken's off the hook?
Fried chicken is off the hook.
It is.
He's not lying.
It
is.
He
got some crazy drops.
You know, you get down at like when you're down to the bare minimum on groceries because like you ever have this with the family where you're like, I'll just make what we have in the cupboard, right? Not like an actually thought out prepared thing.
But just laziness.
Exactly.
At that point, it's like I don't want to go anywhere.
So yesterday I was like, all right, we got mac and cheese, tons of mac and cheese, which is fine. I love mac and cheese.
Yeah, can't go wrong.
And Michelle orders this, like, I call it fake meat. It's the Gardein chicken nuggets. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
They're
it's like the vegetable protein.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a meatless substitution.
Gotcha,
it tastes almost identical.
Okay, that's
whatever. Cool. I literally cooked chicken nuggets and mac and cheese yesterday and wolfed that down like it was nothing and couldn't tell the difference.
Still hits.
It was hitting.
It hits.
And I was smothering barbecue sauce all over the mac and cheese because, it's all on one plate. What?
You barbecue sauce on the mac and cheese.
Well, I was using it for the chicken nuggy nugs.
And then you start scrubbing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It kind of went everywhere. And there's two types of people. There's the syrup just happens to get all over my eggs. Or, no, it needs to have separation between church and state. I'm let's just whatever. Who cares? If it gets there, it gets there.
Kind of like our YouTube chat. We're kind of all over the place this morning. It's a hump day. It's a Wednesday. We got plenty of stuff going on here. But YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter brought to you by
Happy Hump Day.
Shout out Tim Hardaway Sr. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Our YouTube chat's all over the place. We're all over the place. Like you'll see people arguing about Brandt and Aiyuk, and then you'll see a random Klay sucks. Just out of nowhere.
Wow. Jeez Louise.
It's just like, wow, where did fire that take off? Out of nowhere. Just, you know what
sucks? Not Klay. Those All-Star jerseys. What were we doing? Okay, first of all, the font, the Tiffany, the saloon font that they use, the old school font, Red Sox use it, a lot of teams use it. That was cool. What were the colors? It was like a pink magenta. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. And magenta. It was like a tealish, bluish. Magenta. It was so bad. Bad.
I don't know. Well,
what were we doing?
Was the jerseys, were they worse than Logan Webb's?
Off-white.
Were they worse than Logan Webb's performance yesterday?
Well, I just think that Logan is, for a couple things with Logan. Is he a bad pitcher? No. Is he a guy that's going to come into a game for one inning and blow dudes away? That's just not who he is as a pitcher. He's a guy that he's got to work it out. And he's like, he's not Greg Maddux, but Greg Maddux isn't going to shine in an all-star setting. Like all-star settings are made for Paul Skeens.
Right. So it's like in the NBA. It's like in the NBA where you watch Jokic and it's not really made for him.
Exactly. Yeah. It's more nuanced. Yeah. Right. And so just Logan Webb, I kind of saw that coming, and whatever, not the end of the world. Ohtani, what a beast. Duran, monster. Klay. There was a conversation a couple years ago. Doval, Klay. Klay is way up here and Doval's way down here right now.
Well, we saw Klay a couple weeks ago in Cleveland.
He's the real deal.
He's the real deal.
He can command multiple pitches.
He's blowing 100. And what I didn't realize?
What's that?
Salvador Perez has been in 9 All-Star games in the American League. Kansas City Royals. Pretty crazy.
He was the catcher in 2014.
I know.
Doesn't that feel like a lifetime ago?
It does. And he's a World Series champion.
He had 48 one year?
46 or 48 1 year. Just went crazy. But I was just blown away. I was like, damn, he's been in 9 All-Star games.
Who's star from the last couple days in baseball?
He's only 34, too. Like, I thought he was way older than that.
Wow.
That is crazy.
So he could DH, he'll probably play till he's like 39.
263 home runs. He's probably going to finish with over 300 Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Right? Is his offensive numbers, dare I say, I'm not
Don't say Johnny Bench. Don't say Johnny Bench.
No, I was going to say Buster Posey.
Will Smith?
Oh, they already are. Buster only had like 160 home runs.
Let me go tweet that and see what the reaction will be.
Well, offensively, they're
I know.
Totally different. Look, I didn't think the jerseys were that sweet. I didn't like them. Like, I personally would like to see them just go back to the way that they did in the past, where you wear your home team. If you're, let's say it's in a National League park, the National League all wear their home uniforms.
I wanted to see the Yankee pinstripes. I wanted to see the Red Sox white. That white pops. You know what I'm saying?
I'm convinced that Skeens walked Soto on purpose to get to Judge.
Well, he got crossed up on that 3-2 pitch.
Yes.
Who was catching for the National League, starting that catcher yesterday? Who was it? Contreras?
William Contreras. Yes,
Contreras. Because I remember Judge walked up and said, "What up, Willie?" But he threw that sinker or whatever. The first pitch to Soto, Soto, I've never seen him look worse in the batter's box. His half swing was like, oh boy, that's filthy.
Keep it real. As a baseball fan, we all wanted to see Skeens continue on.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. We wanted to see it.
He was the first rookie to start since Dwight Gooden.
I know.
Nomo did it in 95.
They threw up the graphic.
I think he was the youngest.
Youngest. Okay, my bad.
Because Nomo did do it. And
Nomo did it.
We did this exercise last week. Instead of Fernando Valenzuela in
Right, he
81.
did say youngest. He said, but that even blew me. It was like, damn, youngest since Dwight Gooden?
And he's got that screw you mentality.
Oh, yeah, I like Skeets.
I mean, Skeets is
he's
box
good for the
office.
game.
On a field of stars, showcasing how flamboyant they are, he's different. He just looks different. He's built different. He's a beast.
I'll give the A some love. Mason Miller
is a stud.
Somebody's going to grab him, and they're going to add him to a team with a cult. Like, imagine if Cleveland was able to get Mason Miller. Baltimore. The Yankees. Anybody.
I know.
Anybody. Somebody's going to get Mason Miller. He could be their 8th guy, their 9th guy, or 7th inning guy. It doesn't matter. But he went out there and he did his thing.
The story behind him.
How did he look like a fool, Shasky?
He was throwing like mid-80s, which mid-80s in the high school level, like you're getting looked at the Division I. He was a Division III guy before he transferred. Didn't know that he had diabetes and then ends up, he was really frail. He couldn't keep on weight and he ends up getting diagnosed and obviously figures out some of the medical stuff, puts on weight. And the next thing you know, the guy's blowing a hundo.
Yeah.
We also transferred to a Division I school, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a great story.
It's an unbelievable story.
It's a great story. No, the last year.
Got the win yesterday, too.
He got the win. So the Oakland A's, that's what they're going to do to Sacramento.
That, by the way. Can we talk about that?
The wins and
just
losses?
The whole win. Like, it used to be you had to get through 5. Now, okay, I pitched, let's say in the 6th inning, and we happen to take the lead. I'm on the hook for the win. Like, the whole way we do the win thing now has to be
It's always been like that.
retconned.
It's always been like that.
Yeah, but with the openers and no one going 5, like it's.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we might need to redo it.
It is what it is.
Bonte, we're never going to get a 200-game winner, let alone a 300-game winner.
You don't get guys who pitch through the
fifth
inning.
Wins also just don't matter anymore.
No, they do. No, they do.
I'm telling you that a lot of people, the win just doesn't do it.
Yeah, those people are idiots. The same people that tell me that RBIs don't matter. The whole point of the game is winning and scoring runs.
What did you send in a thread the other day where we should get that sound? Who was it?
Analytics.
Who was that on?
That was Buck Showalter, who I don't love.
I'm a Buck guy. I like Buck.
But Buck was basically saying, and I'll paraphrase.
And Buck blew that Blue Jays game, not playing Zach Britton. Just said that. Come on, Buck.
You can say that.
Come on, Buck.
For Buck's entire career.
Yeah, I know. I love Buck.
His entire career.
The Diamondbacks win the World Series after he gets fired. The Yankees win the World Series after he gets fired.
Basically, he had said, I'm paraphrasing, like, okay, these analytic guys, they're obsessed with numbers. The old school scout, let's say the game gets rained out. Well, he goes onto the campus and talks to teachers and coaches and like, what's this guy like in his downtime? What's he doing? You can get so much more intel outside of just the raw data that gets pumped out from a radar gun. And it's just the whole game is backwards in terms of the analytics.
No,
I think it's coming around though. There's a reason that Bochy won the World Series. He is the most, now he still uses quote unquote analytics, but he's the most gut guy in the game.
Well, it's pretty funny that when Buck said that, and I watched that video, how could you not think about Farhan Zaidi? And it's like, does he look at I'd be interested at Farhan's end of season presser if he gets one, if he's not fired. I'm willing to go down there and just say, hey, Farhan, what do you do to scout a player? Do you try to find out who they are as a person? Do you figure out their family life, where their background is, their mental makeup? What's going on here? Because Buck made a great point. Too many analytics guys don't look at the character of the player. Then you take a player, you're like, oh boy, we made a mistake here. We made a mistake. So I don't know. The All-Star game was whatever. All-Star game was whatever.
Well, as a baseball guy, I thought it was disappointing, quite frankly. I'm trying to find this thing that I sent to the thread.
Oh, Lubbock could do it.
It's just really disappointing, and this is why it's disappointing, because the All-Star game stands alone at a time of sports where everything else is not going on. And so for them to not maximize the day and understand that, like, for example, Paul Skeens. So he goes 1 extra inning or 2 extra innings, and all of a sudden he's put himself at more risk of getting hurt. BS. I don't buy that. There is no, and all of the people who run teams will admit this in closed doors. There is no analytical data that tells you 100 pitches equates to more or less injuries. There's no data. There's nothing. There's no medical report telling you that if a guy pitches this or pitches that he is more susceptible to injuries.
There's just so much emphasis on getting everybody into the game, everybody into the All-Star game, and
I agree with that.
And I don't know if the rules are different for the All-Star game where you could pull a pitcher after one batter or 2 batters. Can you do that? Can you just say, hey, we're going to have you pitch to 1 batter just to get you in the game, just to get some All-Star flavor?
But I don't think everyone should be in the game.
But you know what? I get that aspect. You want to get everybody in the game for their fans or whatnot. But Paul Skeens, I thought watching the game, and I'm looking at the AL starting lineup, I'm thinking, I just want to see him go through the lineup one time.
But that's my point.
You know,
that was my point yesterday.
I don't mind. And it felt like we used to see at least pitchers go 2 innings.
Yes.
The starter get 2 innings, maybe 3, and now we scaled it down so much. I'm like, gosh, I would have liked to see him just go through the American League once.
We got one pitch between Judge and Skeens.
Yeah, he grounded out the third.
And look, like that happens in baseball a lot, but it's like, but again, to my point, like Skeens couldn't go out one more inning.
Right. That was bothersome. And then Logan Webb, so Skeens throws 16 pitches, Logan Webb throws 31. And they just left him out there to dry. That was a Diamondbacks, though. Diamondbacks manager, he's like, yeah, let this Giants.
Well, that's another part is like Mark Kotze's on the bench with Bochy, and I'm like, look, Mark might be a great guy. What's he done to deserve to be on the bench for the All-Star game?
You know what? He's done a lot because he has to deal with a dumpster fire in Oakland. I think that's Bruce Bochy saying, you know what?
You're right.
Come on over here, bud.
Yeah, no, Mark deserved that. He deserved that, too. Well, he almost broke him last year, remember? The start of the A season in 2023, he was like, I don't know what to do. We're giving up runs. We're getting lit up. We got nobody coming to the game. I have no resources. I'm glad Boats threw him a bone. I'm happy. He deserves. If anybody deserves a bone in the All-Star game, it's Mark Kotze. Come on.
Would you grant me this, that I brought this up maybe a year or two ago, and you could disagree. I think there's more flair and individualism when it comes to the accessories and the shoes right now in baseball than in any other sport. Football's close. I think basketball's been passed up. Basketball started the trend. Individualized shoes and what you're wearing and the headbands and the arm sleeves and all that. I feel like
I don't know if baseball's passed it up.
You know what yesterday was?
I don't know if baseball.
I saw the Ellie De La Cruz shoes all over the internet.
I don't know.
I saw Duran's outfit and his shoes all over the internet. You didn't see that?
Because you got to think about how many eyeballs are on baseball, right? How many eyeballs are on baseball?
Well, that's a different question.
You know what I'm saying? How many people are watching guys from the Cleveland Guardians? How many guys are watching
the casual
Toronto
fan?
Blue Jays?
If you tuned in,
right.
I think you're seeing more crazy swag from the guys in their outfits than any other sport.
Yeah, maybe. Well, like the Fitz walking into the
drip and everything.
Oh, no,
It does.
Oh, on-field drip.
Yes, the on-field drip.
I thought you were talking about walking into the stadium.
Yeah, no, I mean on-field drip.
I don't know. They've come a long way. I'll say that. I'll grant baseball this. They've come a long way. But I think it's unfair to say, because the NFL will fine you for wearing the wrong accessories. Yes. They're really strict about that stuff. Martin Hankels was running that organization for a long time, that department where he's like, all right, you're wearing your socks too high. Fine. You're wearing your socks too low. Fine. But in basketball, the different color shoes, the different uniforms, the sleeves, we just see, you know what it is? You're fatigued from it because you've seen it for 15 years.
Okay.
They've been at the forefront of it, and now baseball finally has embraced the word cool.
Yeah.
They finally embraced it. So now we're like, oh my God, look at baseball. So remember 2015, I was on the field, and Marcus Stroman, when he was a Blue Jay, had the Jordan 4s on. And I was like, damn. Look at him. I've never seen the Jordan cleats.
It was Soler wearing Curry's at one point. Lubman, was that what he? Because I know he had various Jordans, and he switched into. I thought they were Curry's.
Tatis had the Curry's on, right?
I know he did.
Had Curry,
but I thought that Soler did as well. Maybe. It's just, I don't know. I find it interesting. I've seen everybody, like yesterday, Trey Turner, he was talking about, they all have these like custom leather belts. Now, that's the big thing. The Nakona custom leather belts, right? Where they've got all the different things on them. And yesterday, Trey Turner's mic'd up. I don't know if you saw this play. There's a little ground ball to him, and he's got a dive. And he goes, yeah, I don't really like the leather belts because I do a lot of diving. Right. So I wear the child elastic belts that you could go get at Dick's Sporting Goods right now.
I have one on right now.
Yeah, you know, and cool. I just thought it was cool. I thought that was, like, I like those mic'd up moments.
Schoolball was mic'd up. And it was like, yeah, it's too loud.
Yeah.
And he was not paying attention to Joe Davis whatsoever. He was like, yeah, I'm not into this conversation. I'm trying to get through this inning and make sure I don't give up a run or give up some bombs here. Buck Showalter on scouting today versus the past.
I ask scouts all the time, if you go to a ballpark and you get rained out, what can you tell me? And they went, well, what do you mean? I said, did you meet with the guidance counselor? Did you go to their homeroom teacher? Did you sit with the mom and dad? Did you see what the siblings look like? I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at it. The draft rooms, you're sitting there with, used to be you had a national scouting director, national cross-checker, area supervisors, then you had sectional cross-checkers. So they went through 5 or 6 different areas before they got to you. Now it's a little bit different, but it's still about who can pick the best players.
Yeah, so I'm with Buck there. And I do wonder, what does Farhan do to scout a player?
That's an
Does he go to the home? Because he doesn't seem like he's the most personable guy. But then again, I don't really know Farhan. He hasn't really led us into his home.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying? I don't even know. Does he even have a family? Is he married? Does he have kids? I think he does.
I don't know.
I think he does, but you know,
I think he's got one kid.
Yeah, but I don't I know he plays fantasy football, which I think is cool. I would love to talk to him about that.
Apparently he's really good at it, too.
Yeah, no, he won like 5 championships in a row, right? So I don't know. Speaking of which, I'm looking at YouTube here for a second. And Otis Bird III, what up? Joe Davis is boring. And this is one of the big takeaways I got from the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Like Tim McCarver, Buck were really good.
Well, they were classy.
They were classy.
It was like old school, baseball.
I like Joe Davis a lot. But Joe Davis and John Smoltz give me golf vibes.
Well, Smoltz, I like Smoltz on breakdowns pre and post games with the right panel and in small doses. I don't like him ad-libbing over a 4-hour period.
They give me golf vibes, Shasky.
I'm with you on that.
It's not.
I'm with
liven it up a little bit.
Well, that's why they kept
too monotone.
They kept going to David Ortiz.
Yeah,
they were
it's
like,
too
David,
monotone.
please save us. So, Big Papi, look, I was the biggest hater of Big Papi because I felt like he got a complete pass for the steroid era, whereas Bonds got crushed. And I get why. Papi's very beloved.
Right.
Papi's great on television.
He's good.
He's
really
just
good.
The players love him.
Listen.
The players really open up around him. He's got a good vibe about him. He pops on TV. He knows how to be good in tight windows. I like Papi on TV.
I get the golf vibes from them. So you know what? Give me Papi in the sidelines or whatnot. But give me A-Rod in that booth. Well, I know A-Rod can be a fraud or whatnot.
On TV, dude.
You know what?
He's good on TV.
I'd rather hear A-Rod for 9 innings with Joe Davis breaking down things than I just got major, I'm at the Masters or am I at the All-Star game? Am I at the U.S. Open or am I watching Red Sox Yankees? It's just a little, we got to do it and I like Smoltz. Yeah. I do like Smoltz. I think some of his ideas are good. Doing a first half champ and a second half champ, kind of like the minor league system to liven up the regular season in baseball. He's got some great thoughts. But I got golf vibes yesterday during the All-Star game. I was like, why is the All-Star game so boring? The broadcast was boring.
Well, I think Joe Davis, he does with Greg Olson in football.
He's going to now.
He's going to now.
Yeah, I bet that'll be a good pairing because I think they're on the same wavelength.
Moose, but you know what? I'm going to miss Greg Olson with Kevin Buckhart.
No, they were great. They were great. But I think Olson's a good, he's a good fit next to him because Olson gets really excited. John Smoltz is kind of monotone, you know. And also, John is actually from 2 generations ago, not this last generation, right? Also, he's a little too removed from the game.
You know what I think may be a better pairing? Maybe I'll bias. My guy, Kevin Kugler with Greg Olson. Kevin Kugler,
I'm in with that.
Oh my goodness!
Well,
I mean, one of our favorite innings.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Dre Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my goodness!
I mean, I almost got canceled out of Levi Stadium for playing that drop so low. But we had him on for 20 minutes. I'm like, I like Kugler. Joe Davis is cool, but he's a Dodger guy. He's got that laid-back LA attitude. We're cooler than you. Nationally, as the #1 crew, nah, man, I need something better. You're trying to get new fans into the game. Trying to get the young generation into the game. Trying to make the game cooler. The players are doing it with their swagger and the way that, the pink dreads by Klay. I love that stuff. The earrings hanging out. I love all that. But Joe Davis and Smoltz had me thinking, damn, am I watching Pebble Beach or something? What is this, whole 9? Someone, Klay, what's the 1-2 pitch? Oh, wow, 100 miles per hour. I guess it's just too.
I know, you're not wrong.
It was giving me sleepy vibes.
Well, the other thing that
I'm not trying to rip golf. Golf, you have to do. I understand.
But you present to your audience, right? And golf wants to present a certain way, and it makes sense, right? The whole game is like, hey, don't talk in my swing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so, I get that. Yeah, it didn't feel like a celebration of the sport the way it should have been, right? Because this is a standalone, nothing's going on. It's probably going to be one of the more viewed baseball products of the year, right?
It's your showcase. It's the middle of summer.
That's a good point.
But yet, you got a lot of people playing NCAA football.
Well, the last thing I would say is, look, I get when you open a new ballpark, you're awarded a stadium that gets the host site of being the All-Star game. We should be at PNC. We should be at Wrigley. We should be at Fenway. We should be at AT&T Park.
Yeah.
We should be at Petco. Dodger Stadium. I get why they do it the way they do it, but you were in a warehouse. And it's the same thing. And I like the Arizona Diamondback Stadium.
I was just going to say, why wasn't the roof open?
Well,
at least open up the roof.
Because it's hot. It's 100 degrees in
Was
Texas.
it 100 degrees yesterday?
Probably
was cooking, huh?
You know,
Yeah,
but you get where I'm going. Like the setting does matter.
The setting does
matter.
matter.
When was the last time the All-Star game was at Wrigley Field?
93, and that one got remember it was rated. It was a rain delay. It was on CBS.
I mean,
it was a long time ago.
So, like,
that's a long time. Dan, think about that.
Dodger Stadium was the last time we had it there.
Wow,
2
years ago. We had it 2 years ago.
Jock started that one.
And you know what? Next year they're going to do it at SunTrust or whatever it is called in Atlanta. Is it SunTrust Park now? Whatever it is.
Whatever the new field is.
Sutter Health Park.
It's Sutter Health Park.
No, it's SunTrust. I was just mentioning.
No, and think about that home run derby at Wrigley Field. Think about a home run derby at Wrigley Field where you got Shohei, Aaron Judge, hitting them to the rooftops on Waveland Avenue or Sheffield Avenue. You're right about that. The warehouse
the setting
vibe,
matters.
The setting was awful yesterday.
And I understand why you want to award teams and whatnot, but like, again, this is the celebration of the sport.
1990. Yup, I'll never forget that game.
That was the last one?
I'll never forget that
At
game.
Wrigley Field.
Wrigley
Come
Field.
on.
There was a rain delay, right? There was a rain delay during that game. We were 8 years old, Shasky. There was a rain delay, I believe, during that game, Wrigley Field.
That's actually kind of wild that in 35 years it's not gone back to Wrigley.
No, that's stupid. Let's just call it.
It's okay. Yeah, let's go stupid. I like that.
It's stupid. I mean, like if you were going to name the best venues in America, period, top 10 is Wrigley. Any sport. If you go any sport, you're going to go Madison Square Garden, Fenway, right?
You got it. You have to go to Wrigley.
Football stadiums.
You have to go to Wrigley.
You're going to have your Wrigley Field is on there. And I'm just saying, like, if I am setting up my sport and I'm looking, and also just think about it from a television standpoint, right? This is why the Masters does so well. It's the same course every year. We kind of have familiarity with it. If you're flipping the channels and Wrigley Field comes on, it just presents different.
Yeah, it does. It hits differently. There's no doubt it hits differently. All right. We're going to pivot to, Anthony Slater says some things today. And we'll get to Joe Lacob because we haven't talked much Warriors here. We'll get back to the 49ers. But Joe Lacob went on the podcast. It was David Aldridge, correct? David Aldridge. And I believe Marcus Thompson, right?
Correct.
Yeah, Marcus Thompson.
The Athletic NBA show.
The Athletic NBA show. And Joe Lacob, boy, he got emotional talking about Klay Thompson, his thoughts on this year's team, Draymond Green, also Anthony Slater about Pajinski as we keep talking Lowry marketing. What are the Utah Jazz going to do with him? And what are you going to do to trade for Lowry marketing? Or is he worth it? We'll get to all that here coming up. It's brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 Games. The lineup is all jacked up. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Ready to upgrade your savings?
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Like I said all week, those are some big shoes to fill during this slot. But we're going to try our best. It's Brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game. And
How
don't forget,
big?
pretty big.